my chat sorted out, so I gotta get Twitch. This is the correct site. Okay, we have someone coming in. I need to log. You know what? I don't know if I can log in. Yeah, let's pop this out. Pop out. How do I pop out this chat? I don't actually want to watch myself. I just want to get the chat running. But there is some confusion here. Collapse. Give up. Just go away. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to get set up here, and this is just taking a moment to get sorted. Apparently there's no way to pop this thing out here from this side. Pop out chat, thank you. It's because I've got a laptop here that's going to have this. And we've got a chat, Joe. Let's see if this works. Content, live, Lego. Okay, let's see if this is here. Great, how do I actually watch it? Okay, this is actually here, great. Okay, so we should have two things. We should have two people. Does it rove? Does it rove? Very good question. I can't see. That's interesting that we've lost Twitch. Hi, hello from rainy Ayrshire. This is, how many more Starship launches do you think it will take to make it to orbit? That is too many. You need freeze-dried ice cream review. And I have a special beverage for tonight, Pliny the Elder, which apparently Jared Isaacman from Polaris Dawn really likes this stuff. It is actually very hard to get. It's something which only comes from the area near the Russian River. It is made very limited. You're hello from Lumberton, Texas. You need a working flying engine. I don't think anyone has managed to build a working helicopter out of Lego, never mind ingenuity, which is absolutely pushing the limits of technology to be able to fly in such thin atmosphere. The Cat House in Glasgow might have been, yeah, no, I remember that. I remember I never went to it, but I remember people that I knew talking about it. Because I would definitely hang out with those crowds which were a little bit alternative. It was more like, by that point, it was metal rather than punk. I'll say that. Did I go to Oshkosh? No, I didn't, because my family, Amy had planned an event. I think I'm opening this the wrong way, so whatever. So this just came out in the USA, right? Apparently it's been out in Europe for some time. But it just came out in the US on August 1st. Pretty close to the start. Yeah, I mean, we're just getting the stuff out of this very nice box. So this is, I was surprised. I went into the store and I looked in the Lego Ideas section because that's where all the Mars rovers and everything, or the space hardware has ended up. And it wasn't there. I was like, oh no, they've already sold out. But then I looked in the back and it was in the Technic section. Lego Technic. Okay, we have one. That's two, 3, 1. We're doing our testing. 1, 2. Sibilance. 1, 2. Why my thoughts on the alleged superconductor discovery is, first of all, I'm a physicist who didn't do much in the way of solid state physics when he was at university. You see, because I did astronomy and physics, and part of that meant that as astronomers we did a bunch of physics that the physicists wouldn't do, and the physicists would do more solid state physics. So I didn't really get to know that much about this sort of condensed matter stuff that matters, pun intended, for superconductivity. What I think is the paper that was pushed out looks rushed, it looks a complete mess, and yet it's strangely compelling. There is no reason to expect that it is valid, but hey, yes. So yes, this is a recreation of the Perseverance rover. I saw this when I was at JPL back, I think, in 2019. Doug Ellison showed us around, and it was pretty cool. What is this thing trying to show you? It's trying to show you, oh yeah, compare the lengths of things using the one-to-one size. Okay, we have the first page of the book. Working Technic helicopter. Well, good for them. So we're going to open up bag one, and there's two bag ones. I guess I'm going to start with the little one. There are lots of. Well, it was written by. It was written by two Koreans and someone who was Korean but also spoke English, right? Okay, so we get two of these things. This looks like it should be a pretty fast build given the size. It's only $100. It wasn't like the space shuttle, which was stupidly complicated. It took like 2 sessions to complete, right? Yeah, so this just came out. Now, normally, if I was good at this kind of thing, I would be nulling the crap out of this. I am not that kind of person. I prefer to just mess around and find the pieces. I just like the build. So we start out with some elbows. I think that is the length that this should be, but I don't honestly know. That looks maybe too long. This needs to be grey. This looks more like it. Yeah, there we go. So we start like that, and I'm gonna start making stuff. I know it's the moment of truth. Now wait a sec. Oh, this is a bend, so it is actually. It's one of these goes in here. That's right. Hello from the Willamette Valley. Glad you could catch one of my Lego building live streams. I'm so glad that I can have a Lego building live stream. I hope it's easily visible on Twitch, on Twitter and all that, right? Just want to make sure, because previously I had, lots of people doing things or whatever. I was thinking about the Tales of the Space Age set. I actually saw that today, but I think I'm going to buy it when there's a nice fun little freebie. There is a freebie I got for this one, but I needed a funner freebie. Okay, so I'm looking for like a T-shaped thing. Oh, there's a couple of pieces left in here. Yeah, I like this Tales of the Space Age set. I will probably get it if I can hang it on my wall or something to display it, because I think it fits well into the aesthetic of my office. Office aesthetics are something very important. It must be in here. So I've already got to my first piece that I can't find. There it is. Hey, did I watch Antares launch? I was stuck on a bus with bad internet connectivity, so I could not watch Antares. But as I pointed out on Twitter, this is the last launch of the Antares rocket with in its current form. Because this was the last one where they have the Russian engines, the Ukrainian first stage, and that basically is not viable going forwards at this point in time. So yeah, it's now the Cygnus spacecraft. Northrop Grumman is going to be paying SpaceX to launch it on a Falcon 9, and at some point they're going to hope that Firefly Aerospace is able to build out their thing. Okay, next, gotta keep checking. Yeah, it says check the corners here. Oh, these are great. I've done the right thing so far. Look at this. We've got this so far. Little square thing, right? Oh, this thing is out a little more. What do you think the odds that the new Antares first stage actually materializing? I don't know. I think that Firefly have set them up for some serious work. Well, I actually bought my better half Lego a while back. Hello from Smyrna, Tennessee. I would love an excuse to go to Tennessee. Okay, so I just got to build exactly the same thing on this set. I think this is building the helicopter here. This is what this is going to be for. It's building the base of the helicopter, right? So I need to find this here. How do I do this? I guess I have to put these things together like this. Little U-bend or 90-degree bend here. Drinking and Legoing. Never not be drinking and Legoing. Lego, extraordinarily relaxing thing to do, especially given the other things that I do occasionally on Tuesday nights, which generally involve, you know, blowing things up, crashing stuff, exploding stuff. Okay, so we're getting very slowly working through this little thing here. So the Perseverance, the real one obviously, is on Mars right now. And for those of you that don't know, its current task is to be collecting and cataloguing samples that may one day get recovered and returned to Earth by Mars Sample Return. However, Mars Sample Return had some news recently that suggested it was going to go way over its original budget, and that did not make Congress particularly happy with the whole notion. Okay, so we're now going to put the props together. So we need to get we need to start with this. We need to put the two blades on it. So here we go. This goes like that. Wait a second, no, these have to go at 90 degrees. So there's no, these blades don't actually have any angle of attack on them. And I need to make sure that I've got them rotating the correct way. So that needs to go like that. This needs to go through here. Then we have a little flat disc, which is supposed to be grey, but I don't see a grey flat disc in here, so I'm presuming that it might actually be in this. Don't tell the dentist that I did that, by the way. She doesn't like me tearing things open with the little chopper. That's right, little chopper, also known as Ginny. That's the name. Little chopper, get to the chopper. So this goes down like that. Oh wait, wait a second. No, I found the piece that I was looking for. This goes down like that. There we go. And I need to find the one. Get to the chopper. So get this and this. So collect that. Move this at 90 degrees. Again, prop blades. The other one points the opposite direction, and we need these to be going in the same direction. Same direction relative to each other. So that is correct. Oh wait, actually no, they go in opposite directions because they are counter-rotating props, right? So the little chopper doesn't have a tail rotor. Instead, it uses coaxial counter-rotating props, which have independent pitch and collective and cyclic pitch, so that it can fly in all the directions that it needs to. It is an extraordinarily clever piece of engineering, especially considering how thin the atmosphere is on Mars. It has to basically burn through its battery power at a ridiculously high rate to be able to fly, because it's like working right at the very limit of aerodynamics, and I cannot find this piece that's supposed to be in here. Here it is here. Hidden away subtly in this thing. Okay, so that is the second one. And so now this goes on top, and it goes through this here. There we go, look. This is turning into a little chopper. Little chopper! Wait, I wonder if I can get them rotating the opposite direction. There we go. No, it's not quite right. Look, special effects, right? Yeah, there we go. Coaxial counter-rotating! That's right. It's pretty marvelous. Oh, and so now there needs to be a little gold box underneath it. Okay, so on top we actually need to put a little solar panel display. So that's one thing. So we need a pair of these little black ones. We need the 2x this, and then we need one of the stickers. The stickers, we've got one of the panels with stickers here. Uh-oh, have I already lost it? It's on the floor, Scott. Who caught that earlier? My intentional mistake. So this has to go on here, and it's always such a challenge with stickers, because stickers never want to go exactly where they want to be. So this goes on here. That's where the solar panel, of course, on the top, which powers the whole thing. It's quite an ingenious design in that way. Now, on on the bottom, we're going to need 4 of these things. We start with a block and then we put 4 little golds. Why did they just give us a shiny gold block? This is kind of lazy on Lego's thing. No knolling, no. The knolling adds to, makes it look like I know what I'm doing. Right? I sort of would do it if, see, the thing is, if you don't knoll your builds, then there's those sort of like ups and downs where suddenly you're finding all this stuff and suddenly you can't find all this stuff and it's like, oh my god, I thought I made a mistake. And you know, add some drama to the stream that you wouldn't normally get if you were sort of one of these very smart and intelligent people that actually just organized all the parts beforehand, you know. So it just adds some randomness, some fun, and I cannot get the sticker on here because my eyesight is not what it once was. Don't tell my aviation medical people that. No, just kidding. I have totally legal eyesight for flying. In fact, I still, in my right eye, I have like 20/15 or something. My left eye is like 20/40. So I have interesting variation between my 2 eyes. You can't wait to see Adam Savage. He's about 20 miles in that direction, so I don't think he's looking in, unless he's standing on top of Salesforce Tower, which I think is highly unlikely. But yeah, you know, cannot get I cannot get these things straight, damn it. This is the hardest part of the build. Everything else is aligned by the very cleverly designed, clutch power system that Lego developed. I'm also a little bit sniffly, by the way. I spent a weekend at a camping site in the Sierra Nevadas. It was basically for like a party, which party collective, friends and family that my Amy has been a part of for a long time. It's funny, a number of people there now know me beyond being a DJ. In fact, one of them asked me if I would DJ. I was like, I don't have time to put together a DJ set right now, but I would really love to be playing records for you. Yeah. Had I been offered more than like a 2-day notice, I might have come up with something amazing. Also, the fact that they're all, using digital controllers. And I'm not amazingly good with digital controllers because I'm an old school vinyl aficionado, I think is the correct term. Alternatively, I'm a vinyl Luddite. It's up to you. They're both completely valid statements. So there we go. So there we got it. We have our little beautiful little spinny helicopter thing with the rotors that go in the opposite directions. They don't spin quite so well anymore. Any good science fiction recommendation? It's a good question. Good recommendations. I don't have any new ones. The book that I'm currently rereading again, or reading chunks of, is of course, the building of the atomic bomb. Actually, I'm reading some Feynman right now. I don't think it will fly. Would this fly? This would absolutely fly on Earth. I believe. I mean, it was tested in a vacuum chamber, but I'm sure it could be made to fly. Maybe using smaller, lighter blades. I think the problem would be that it doesn't have because there's more drag. The rotors won't move as fast. But I think they'll probably be workable. Okay, what I'm looking for is a grey one of these. Here we go. We're going to start actually building the robot arm, I believe. So, start with this. Put this through here. And there needs to be a thing like this on the end. And we'll pop this in on the bottom here. Popping it in, popping it in, push it in, push it in. And here's another one here. Okay. Sorry. Needs more boosters. Well, that is one way of saying that you know how to play Kerbal Space Program. Bag 4 is the robot arm. Okay. This is the nuclear power frame. Okay. Well, thank you for spoiling it for me. I was trying to figure this out. You know, you could have totally like thrown in a spoiler. Let's just check. Is this the correct length? Yes. Check it on the bottom of the page. Right? So that's what they're telling. So these things have to go forwards like that. Okay, so we're putting these in here. Don't you love the way that the parts just sort of come together and eventually you suddenly end up with this amazing structure that looks cool, like something recognizable but rendered in a medium which truly reflects its... oh wait, there's 3 of these things. 3 of these, what? Okay, this way. That's it. And so now this goes on the other end. Cool. And it says to put these 2 red things in. Not 3, just the 2. You think it's a 6-hour build? Oh god, I hope it's not a 6-hour build, because my battery's probably not going to last that long. I'm totally guessing. 20 minutes in, I don't think it'll be a 6-hour build. But then again, I remember spending all night building the Saturn V. That was a very special video. I remember thinking that got a lot of views. But that was when I literally turned up at the Lego store at the moment it opened, and I was able to walk in and get it. And I was extraordinarily lucky because they sold out soon after, and then it was sold out for a really long time. Yeah, I was always grateful that I got that on the first batch, and I still love that model. I mean, I like all the space models. It'd be nice if they did a space station that was closer to the real, closer to an accurate scale. Okay, so we've got this for now. This is just like some framework for the nuclear system, apparently. Thanks for spoiling it. Now, we've got to start building out this. Oh, I wonder if this is what... No, it can't be that easy, can it? So this goes in here, and so we need one of these. Oh, it says through the middle like that? Okay. That's weird. Okay. And on the tip, I need a little... Oh, this is building the nuclear generator, yeah. But there should be a little thing that goes on the tip here. It says it's white. Okay, I guess we'll use that. Okay. That's probably... This is... actually, I don't know what percentage Russian River is. 8% by volume. There we go. Pliny the Elder. You still have a Saturn V in the box? So it's the original one or the second one? Because you know okay, so this actually goes all the way down. That's how it should go. That seems illogical, but never mind. So I got to make this whole core. Do these one at a time, I guess, to avoid problems with clutch power, compression, friction. So how many? We've got to do 5 of these in here. Okay, and then it's another one of these things. Okay, and another white one of these. I can see how this is turning into like a framework for stuff. Okay, so this is going to have these little teeth on them. So I start with what is like a wheel, and we start putting... that's interesting. Yeah, I guess we do that. Yes, pointed inwards. So we do these little grippy hand things. I'm sure there's a name for these parts. I'm sure people have Lego design parts for everything. Good evening, Silent Searchlight. How are ya? You learned an alarming fact about the plastics. Did you know that expired candy and sugary stuff like Twinkies and ground up fed to cows, nobody opens the packets, they just shred them up? Did not know that. Wow. Good thing I don't. I prefer my cows to be the kind that are grazed in fields. But yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's where you get your McDonald's burger meat from, right? Dirty Ron's, as I like to call it. Dirty Ronald McDonald. The UAP. You want to know my stuff about the UAP stuff? I still believe that, first of all, it's strange that these things only appear to crash in North America and not anywhere else. But also, I think it's mighty strange that I mean, I honestly think that this is just one guy that's working on getting a deal that lets him, you know, sell a book or something. I need to rotate this 90 degrees. That's better. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now we put these little things on the end here. So it's white, which I can't actually remember if that's correct, but that's a nice little thing. They've got a framework for this. You see that? This is actually a really nicely designed radioisotope thermal electric generator, as they say, RTG, as opposed to RTD, who uses, you know, the, what do you call it, the arc generator or whatever. I can see that, right? RTG. Okay, so this now goes on to the back. And I guess this lines up with stuff. Uh-oh. There we go. Okay, so this is going to be like on the back of the rover like that. That is a very clever build there. Why is the real radiator up from the rover like, is it... I remember asking why it's at a 45-degree angle, and I remember getting an answer, but I forgot the answer right now. But I think it is possibly related to just, it helps with convection. Anyway. Okay, what have we got now? So we're going to start with this, and we're going to start putting these little pieces in. So, okay, we've got that. And now, these pieces, yep, yep, 7 of those, so those go on the end. Oh, come on. Again, 7. I want to make sure we get the right ones. It's easier to make the banana skins than the Mr. Fusion at 45 degrees, yes. As I've pointed out, Mr. Fusion, unless it's somehow doing aneutronic fusion, and I don't know how they would do that, it is, of course, killing everyone that is nearby, because the radiation flux from that is not pretty. Okay, so I gotta build, this is quite complicated. You start with one of these things, okay? You put a white circular thing on the end. Okay, and then one of these things, and one of these things. What's these things? These things. Okay, these things go on here. And I guess you put another one on like that. And then you finish off the end with another cap. There we go. Another cap goes in there. And boom! We are in business! Go blow my nose, dang it. I know, listen, here, as I said, I spent the weekend out in the middle of nowhere, and I'm a little bit sniffly. But it's just, I'm not going to spend time out from it. What am I going to do? Blow my nose and like every 5 minutes? No, I'm just going to wipe my schnodders all over everything, right? So you'll have some of my DNA on this. So I guess we're going to do 2 of these, right? So again, there's the nuclear reactor part. It's not a nuclear reactor, just kidding. Arc reactor. No, just kidding. And now our actual, here we go, we get these two here. So, once again, 1, 2, 3. Hope that Lego does a JWST. That's a pretty cool set. I'm gonna say. I mean, it was a pretty cool idea. I mean, this is the time to do it, right? The longer they wait to do the JWST, the more likely it, you know, that something goes wrong and it goes out of date. But we did actually see some of the first images from Euclid. Euclid is not actually at its destination yet, I don't think, but it's able to actually test itself. Okay. Come on, get in there. This one's, it's kind of hard because the two bits that I'm supposed to insert are moving at an angle relative to the surface. There we go. More complicated than I thought. What are my thoughts on as I said, the UFO Congress hearing? Like, seriously, there is nothing there, right? It's convinced me that that person is not a credible witness, and they are saying whatever they want. Like, somebody said to me, "Oh my God, we have radar signatures of UFOs. This is not a drill." I'm like, well, actually, drills emit a lot of electromagnetic interference and could totally be a drill. Oh. Okay, I can't get this thing on for some reason. What are you doing, Scott? Just massaging. I'm massaging the Lego bits so that the knolling works a little better. Okay. Let's try this one more time. There we go. Oh, there we got one. There we go. You see, just needed a little bit of love and massage your Lego so that it actually joins correctly. See, this is what pro Lego people do, right? So we get these pieces now, longer pieces. Let's just see. We want to check the same number of holes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we put 2 of these in here. And those match up to these holes here. And again, see, that was so much easier. And again, on this side, we're going to do the same thing. 1, 2. Can you answer Sebastian's question, please? I don't know which one that is. You're telling me if the green men from Mars... The UFO thing is totally a distraction. It's a psyop or whatever, right? Seriously, like, as I pointed out, I think that it's highly unlikely that aliens are coming to Earth and over trillions of light years and then only crashing in one country and only having UFO sightings in one country. Like, it is bizarre that the US has so many UFO claimed sightings compared to other countries, especially given the fact that everybody now carries a high quality camera with you all the time. My favorite NASA Lego sets are the start out with with Saturn V. Okay, so this now has to clock on over this to form a framework. So I guess I'm going to make sure we push the right ones in here. This one goes in here. There we go. Okay, I see it. I see it. This goes in here. Ka-ching. Don't break. Okay. I'm going to start it like this. Tell you, these Lego Technic sets, they are so designed for people with much more manual dexterity than myself. Like, I'm used to controlling things the size of, like a plane, rather than a tiny little Lego model like this. This is... Come on. There we go. That's it. There is a knack to this, I'm sure. Similarly, once again, back with the incredible rhyme animal, Public Enemy #1. That's... Okay, so this needs to squeeze in here. This is supposed to be vertical? How does that work? And that seems a little tight. Let's just see what goes on here. Yeah, it seems to imply that these things should come all the way over and lock, but I don't have enough room on here. It's like this thing was supposed to lock on and hasn't. So I'm wondering if I have somehow put this 90 degree, I think I might have put this 45 degrees out of phase. Which is a problem. So what I need to do, I think, is pull this core off, right, and I need to pop this thing off. I wonder if there's a way. So if I rotate this, hold on. Okay, so hold on. I am going to put this in here. Of course, I could just take the panels off. That would make it so much easier, right? Okay, let's just do this. I think I might have got this 90 degrees out of phase, or 45 degrees. Where's my assembly tray? You think I'd do that? I live dangerously. Have you seen, like, Kerbal design? The pinnacle of Lego techniques is the supercar from 1994, yes? Okay, so that's not it. Yeah, this does not lock down somehow. I thought this would actually bond in if I hit it at 45 degrees. Let me take a... No, this doesn't lock in. This is correct. I've not made... I need to figure out if I've made a mistake somewhere. It's just kind of forcing it, and I don't want to force it because that's usually a sign you've done something wrong. Hey, let me just tell you, Nuclear Guy 5, let's be clear, Lego is a trademark. The plural of Lego is Lego, right? Don't give me any of that Legos shit. That is fake. That shows that you are not a true Lego believer and fan, right? Do you think there's any life on Titan? Boy, that would be very cool if it was. I highly doubt it. You can find flat earthers all across the globe. Yeah, okay, well I guess this was correct, and I just need to force it a little more. Make it work. Make it believe that it needs to be fitted in there. It's like it is built to engineering tolerances which are tighter than I had expected. Okay, here we go. Once more, again, back with the incredible. Okay, in it goes, like that. So now let's push this over and just make it happen. It just feels a little too tight for my... Yeah, see, these are popping out. What am I doing wrong here? Oh, it's upside down, that's what it is. Oh, what an idiot. Okay, so I need to pop this off. I got it upside down. I know what's going on. I know what's going on. Oh, such an idiot. Such an idiot. Okay, so I need to flip these things out and pop them around, you know. Yeah. There's a little gap in here, and I had the whole thing backwards. Lagos, that city in the plural of Lego is a murder. Is it a murder of Lego? Yeah. That's what happens when you're in line waiting for the latest sex. You get a murder of Lego, right? Okay, here we go. Let's see if it fits. Let's see if it fits. Is it fit? Ka-ching! Oh, it's like it was made. It's like it's perfect. Look at this. And so now what you can do is you push these pins in and lock it in place. And these are aligned perfectly. It's so beautiful the way this works. Look at that. It's like almost the real thing. Maybe I should see how much radioactivity this has, right? I mean, maybe there's some potassium in this. I don't know what kind of stuff is in this. I have the space shuttle set. I have the ISS. Oh, I have the Saturn V. And I have the lunar module. And in fact, like, I realized I actually had, for my birthday, well, a little bit after my birthday, like Amy called me into the kitchen, saying she needed help with something. As I'm coming around the corner over there, Rusty Schweikert jumps out and says, "Hello, hi, I'm Rusty Schweikert, the pilot of the lunar module from Apollo 9. I'm like, "Hi, Rusty. Yeah, I know who you are. You're pretty awesome." I mean, I know Rusty, but and he came up with some boots, and I realized after he'd run off before I had a chance, I wanted him to like sign my lunar module, Lego lunar module, but because technically he was the lunar module pilot, although that meant it didn't actually mean he flew it because Dave Scott actually did that, but he did definitely. Or wait, not Dave Scott. Was it Dave Scott? I forget the other guys. I forget the other guys on that flight. Rusty is amazing. The more I find out about him, the more amazing he is, and I especially appreciated the fact that he put so much effort into his collection of music for his flight to space. There's a famous story basically about how on Apollo they had these little tape recorders, which were kind of like the precursors to the Walkman, and they were going to record stuff like notes during the flight, and somebody had the bright idea of saying, well, if you're sending them up, why not send them up with tapes with music on it already, and then they can record over the music. So yeah, the astronauts would make their own mixtapes. And so Rusty made this like mixtape of classical music that really moved him, and well, it went missing. It went missing for most of the flight until just as they were getting ready to return to Earth, and then it mysteriously was found. It was pretty obvious that it had been hidden away by his crewmates who, among other things, didn't like his classical music. They wanted some good old. They wanted, some real music. They wanted either some country or Western, both kinds of music. Never been able to hop in a live stream. Well, I can't hop because I'm sitting down. Who here? Oh, you like my shirt with E.T.? Yes. That's actually Yoda with a little thing. We have a statue of Yoda in the town square a couple of miles away. So anyway, yeah, and he couldn't get all the way through that tape that he made because at that point the vision was so powerful, overpowering. So yeah, I mean, it was it's kind of one of these cool stories. Okay, have I? No, that's correct. That's correct. Okay, so these go where? Okay, these go through here. That's just a very interesting choice. It's very loosey-goosey. One there and there. Okay, and then these pop in here, and it just lines up. It's like this was designed by somebody that's good at Lego. Oh wait, not quite. Uh-oh. Oh, that doesn't quite line up yet. Oh, wait a second. There it goes. There it goes. Beautiful. So yeah, actually, in June, for Asteroid Day, they did something called the Schweikert Prize. That's basically announcing a way to give. Uh-oh. Is this the wrong size? It's an award that's going to be given to students who work in protecting the Earth from killer asteroids. Oh, this is part of the steering system. That's why this is like a whole. So this here is you've got these rotating pieces, right? You can see that. So I'm guessing this is going to be part of some articulation steering system. That's kind of nice. I love not differentials. I love universal joints. When I saw universal joint in like a Meccano set, it blew my mind, and I loved it. And I was like, I love engineering. I didn't go into engineering in the end, but I certainly loved it. I loved my dad explaining it to me. And then I remember him showing me a model car which had a differential between the two rear tires, and I was spending forever trying to figure out how the differential worked. And I wouldn't let him show me how it worked. I wanted to figure it out on my own. Yeah, very much fun kind of thing that I did. Okay, so these go in opposite directions. So now, so anyway, yeah, Schweiker Prize. Hold on, let's just check. Oh wait, there's one of these that goes in here. Oh no, it's just a sleeve, a spacer. Spacer goes in here. Make sure your fingers, your Technic set makes your fingers burn, huh? Okay, I shall be very careful. Definitely, you have to be careful you don't spend too much time nipping yourself. Like that. Oh, there we go. That and that. So anyway, we did this, Schweiker Prize thing, and we had a whole bunch of famous, space people come, and I got to hang out and talk with them, like astronauts, and well, previously we would have had a lot of cosmonauts and stuff, but unfortunately that's not so easy right now. But one of the things that Rusty is known for was that he helped start the Association of Space Explorers, which was this whole, the idea was that they would get the people that had been in space together, cosmonauts and astronauts and everything else in between, and they would have these big meetings. And I think it's been a great organization. They brought, they brought everyone that's flown in space together, so it's great. And I think, is it Soichi Noguchi or Koichi Wakada who's the head of it right now? Okay, so we're page 26. Okay, so do I have to make 2 of these things? I need to make 4 of these things. Okay, so let's make 4 of these things. Okay, so same thing as before. What happened before? Okay, I'm gonna have another beer right now. More people LK99 named for one of its initial ingredients, which is a mineral called lanarkite. Lanarkite is named because it was found in Lanarkshire, Scotland. And so, if it turns out that you can in fact make a room temperature superconductor from something that was discovered in Scotland, I say that this means there should be another chapter to the book, How Scots Invented the Modern World. I'm going to claim it. I'm going to say it's okay. It can be an honorary Scottish invention as far as I'm concerned. I think that it's important for Scotland to be inclusive because it is a very inclusive country these days. So yeah, that's what I say. I am drinking Pliny the Elder, which is one of the finest beers in the history of the universe. People are saying that astronauts should in fact be called spationauts. Maybe. I think that we should definitely avoid adding more words because if every country ends up wanting to have their own unique version of the word astronaut to reflect their local language, it's going to get complicated. I mean, I'm sure the French have their own words because they're the French, but I think it's hard enough having words for Russian and English. We don't need to have taikonauts and Weimanonauts and all those other things. I mean, not that I'm against it, but I would like it better. Hey, I've seen Scottish Koreans. Okay. And frankly, there's no one from Korea has won a Nobel Prize, so it's about time. But look, I'm still not hopeful, right? I am still highly skeptical that this actually pans out, but I really hope that I'm wrong. That's what I'm saying. I really hope that my skepticism is not borne out and I am pleasantly surprised. and the reproductions, the recreations, the duplications that we are seeing on the internet aren't just people having fun with Photoshop. That would be stunning. It would be world changing, and I am here for that moment. This is where, you know, people were saying, oh my god, computers, they're suddenly running out of speed. AI isn't accelerating as fast as we thought. What's happened? Where's my flying car? Where's my future? And suddenly now we're looking at, you know, room temperature superconductors and maybe AI that's actually good, and, you know, maybe some you know, fusion for good measure. It's like all the sci-fi dreams coming true all at once. Wouldn't that be amazing? Okay. Okay. Wait a second. I made a minor mistake with this one. Gotta fix it. So you gotta pay attention. Self-assembling Lego, wouldn't that be great? There we go. Oh wait, no, I fixed this in the wrong direction. I fixed the wrong one. I looked at it, I was like, this is wrong, and then I picked the wrong one off the thing and fixed the wrong one because I am clearly touched. Jim McDivitt, that's it. Jim McDivitt was the guy that flew there was a captain, commander, right? He was also on Gemini 4, right? Yes. He was the one that couldn't figure out how to rendezvous with the booster. Because they had, you know, mocked Buzz Aldrin and his whole idea that you guys needed to understand mathematics before you could rendezvous with something in space. Your cat likes Vegemite. Okay. Why can't we have nice things? Do we really deserve them? I'm going to say flying cars I'm not necessarily wanting because I kind of like my airspace being not full of people that can't fly. We certainly have enough people that can't fly. I recently had to actually do like another little refresher course on flying to prove to the school that I should be able to rank, because unfortunately somebody drove one of their aircraft off the end of the runway, so they were not happy with that and they wanted everybody to do some refresher courses and all that. And in the end, I kind of screwed up the first one, but I got it the second time around. Okay. But yeah, I still have to do my taxes before I can even consider buying a plane. Which is, you know, these Technic sets, they really have a hard time wanting to go together. Finally! Oh wait, no, there's one more. Okay, here we go, one more time. One more time! Well, they basically said the weather, what happened was, I did most of my maneuvers just fine. And then I was coming back and they said, okay, short field landing. And I looked at the conditions and was like, there is no way I was like, maybe this is marginal, I can probably do this. And as I'm coming around to the end of the downwind, I hit crazy hard wind shear and I'm wobbling around like this. I come out of the final and I was like, there is no way I could short field this. So I decided to just do a normal landing, and even then it was messy. And really the big mistake that I made was, I was pilot in command. I should have actually said, okay, let's go to this other airport and do short field landings. And I just didn't clock, it didn't make that decision. So yeah, failure of aeronautical decision making on my part initially. But in the end, you know, we got better weather the next time. And I did some other tricks. And in the end, yeah, I handled it just fine. What am I looking for here? I'm looking for another one of these here. So you always remember, be pilot in command, make decisions, right? Like a pilot. Every time you lose a piece, take a drink. Yeah. Yeah, I have to get through this night and get this thing complete. So, once again, do this. Yeah, the problem with flying with planes is we don't have a plane that goes along a road, right? We have roadable aircraft rather than flying cars. You know, there's a lot of pre-flighting and stuff that needs to go on when you fly a car, and people don't do that same level of inspection when you're driving a car to the supermarket or something. You know what I'm going to say? If you've ever been interested in doing pilot training, don't put it off, right? Don't put it off because it's only getting more and more complicated and expensive. Okay, Pocket Full of Kryptonite. That is, of course, a song by the Spin Doctors, right? I remember that band. They were actually a pretty interesting, cool. They were much more interesting band than their hit records would imply. Okay, so this goes like that. Let's do this. I said, if you want to call me baby. Yeah, Pocket Full of Kryptonite was their album, but it did actually include a track. And I think the theme of the song, Pocket Full of Kryptonite, was that Jimmy Olsen has a thing for Lois Lane, and he has a pocket full of kryptonite that he's going to use one day, so he can, get Superman out of the way, so he can have some quality time with Lois. It's such a dark song. There is a Perseverance Lego model that actually came out a few months ago in Europe that just came out in the USA today. Right? It just came out August 1st in the US. So I have been waiting. So here we go. Like, this is nice. This RTG is so beautifully designed, right? There's so much in this. It really is, fantastic. There's a great essay by Larry Niven. I think it's Larry Niven who wrote Man of Steel, Woman of Kleenex, which just goes into the problem that any romantic relationship would have between a human and a Kryptonian. Like, it would be kind of, hard. Okay, so we need to put a sticker on here. There's a sticker. Oh, look, this is the sticker that points the directions. So now, well, hold on. So that's good. So the left and right needs to go here. Okay, so this is actual guide for controlling it. I love, oh shit, shoot balls. There we go. Okay. So we good? There's my radio isotope thermoelectric generator. I hate stickers in Lego. It's such a lot of hard work. Let's put this up here for now. Put that on display-ish. Not really, it's on display, but it's kind of, oh dear. It's almost disaster. Nuclear disaster! Not that kind of nuclear disaster, but it would have been a disaster. Could you imagine if Lego made pieces that had, like, nuclear grade uranium in it, and if you put enough of them together, you could actually generate like a nuclear reactor? Yeah, let's not do that. But I'm just saying, hypothetically, imagine nuclear Lego being a thing. Because if you think about it, the first nuclear pile was just basically blocks of uranium and graphite, and they kept on building it up, and they sort of had an idea roughly where it might start to become reactive, but they sort of kept going until they got very close, and then they pulled out the control rod, and slowly until they got a self-sustaining nuclear reactor. And then they had to figure out how to make it much more powerful, obviously. Okay, so this is going to be some sort of gear system that I'm making here. So, great, 5 pieces. So what do? We have here, this. So we put this on here, and then this goes on here. Okay, that's how that goes. So this has to now come in and around. There we go. So that comes around. So this is part of a rotating thingy, which will be used for part of the gearing system. The number of the kit is 42158. Can you RTG, radioisotope thermoelectric generator? Is that what you're trying to get me to say? Because I roll my R's like a Scotsman who's been rolling his R's professionally for his entire life and or career. I do like saying the word radioisotope thermoelectric generator for those people that have been wanting me to say that repeatedly. Aye. Well, wait a second. Did I miss something here? I did that. Oh, I see how this works. So, this is going to go in here, like this. No, like this, right? So now, what we're going to do is put this through here with a black spinny thing in here. This is where it's going to get complicated because we're assembling gearboxes. Okay. There we go, so we've got one of these. Okay, so that works in that direction. I guess I have to do the same in the opposite direction. So I presume that since this is symmetrical, it has to be part of the drive system. Am I related to Groundskeeper Willie? Only marginally. You use me, Skinner! There's no Scotchtoberfest! Aye. That was the one Bart's comment. There we go, we got a nice little differential going on here. That's cool. Can you build a school bus rocket in KSP? I'm starting school soon. Which kind of school bus? Okay, so now we need, so this is pointing upwards like this here. Right. And we need, this is actually a flower piece. You can't, it's hard to see, but this is actually a flower. And apparently I have to do one of these on this side. I don't know why it wants, I guess that's maybe a stop thing that goes here to stop something from moving out of orientation. I guess, yeah, so that's a stopper. It stops the thing from rotating out of position. Okay, so now this goes and attaches on under here. I have not had Pliny the Younger. So Pliny the Younger is only available for a very limited amount of time at the actual brewery. And I moved to Marin and I was thinking, oh great, I finally moved. I'll be so much closer, it'll be easy for me to get up and have Pliny the Younger. And then COVID hit. And so, didn't get Pliny the Younger. But it's getting to be time that I will go and get that. And crap. Okay, time to take a drink, right? Oh, come on. Come on! Have I seen the KSP Lego set? I've seen the KSP Lego set on Lego Ideas. I have, and it'll be great if they make that work. I mean, Lego prefers not to do licensed kits, but you know, maybe they will. Oh man. That is so good, that beer. Okay, so this has to go in and lock off. Some of these things go in just fine. Other times, they just really hate to go in. Blind pig, yeah. Well, so that's the thing. Like, there's so many times where, you know, microbrews are just trying to blow huge amounts of hops through the system, and frankly, I don't necessarily want that all the time. I'm gonna say, by the way, we went out for ramen tonight, and I found this place had a couple of, you know, Japanese craft brews. I'm so happy that, you know, to find things, Japanese beers that aren't just simple German lagers. So it's great to see craft beer kind of going everywhere. Unfortunately, of course, you hear there's going to be a big shakeout in the craft brewing space, very likely. We just had Anchor Brewing close up shop, and they are the longest, oldest independent brewer in the US, and they are out of business. Like, they were bought by like Asahi or Sapporo or something like that, and somehow they couldn't make the brand work. So yeah, it sounds to me that there's going to be issues with the smaller brewers will probably be fine. The big brewers will be fine. It's the ones in the middle, the ones that have national awareness but don't have the huge reserves to be able to compete at scale. That's what I've heard. Okay, so this is looking good. So this is getting to the rover framework again. Spinny, 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 spinny. I like it. So we have this that locks into this. Is there a specific way this is supposed to do it? Oh, this is looking like it goes at 90 degrees. Okay, we'll lock these at 90 degrees to each other. I'm not sure that matters, but I want to be clear on this. It looks like it fits better together when they're in line, but it actually shows them being 90 degrees out of phase. So I'm going to try that. Okay. Oh, actually, this just rotates, so it doesn't actually matter. Okay. There's a lot of these really tiny. How many pieces are in the set? 1,132 pieces. So of course for the Saturn V there was 1,969. So this should be a little faster. The question is, will I run out of battery power before I get this whole thing done? I'm only on bag 1, so it could be a problem. When's the new video coming? Which new video? I put out a video this morning. Yes, did you guys vote for the Lego creator thing? Lego ideas? Okay, so these hook in like that. Oh, I wonder if this is part of the steering system. No, I think this is part of the suspension. I think that's what this is. And this goes like that. I think this is the side of the rover because I see the big wheels here, right? Okay, so now let's get this sorted. This goes like this, and did anybody watch the air shows at Oshkosh? Unfortunately, I missed the one that I was most interested in, which was, of course, the Polaris people with a MiG-29. They did a whole fly past with, I think it was a B-17, B-20, I don't know, B something or other bomber. And John Krause, of course, rocket photographer, was in the tail gunner position, which was very cool for him. I remember meeting him on the side of the road, and the guy I was with recognized, oh, are you John Krause? I was like, oh. I said, hello. And they said, are you Scotland? And then, of course, we occasionally talk back and forth. He's very nice, very helpful, and you know, I've occasionally helped him get discounts on Apple gear and things like that, because that's what I do. It's true that discounts do exist for the right people. Anyway, you have some hen house. So actually, a hen house What I like about Henhouse is that a lot of their brews are conspiracy themed. That sort of appeals to my sensibilities, let's say. Okay, we're almost through this. The ISS Lego is out of date now. So, first of all, there's an issue with scale. Like, the Lego ISS does an amazing job on detailing all the features, but it has a weird scale mismatch. The truss is way too big compared to the size of the modules. That being said, yeah, it does have... Wait, what did I do here? Oh, fuck. I had that lined up and then somehow mislined it because I'm an idiot. Because he's an idiot. Oh yeah, I would like to go, but in fact I had somebody that said they had a spare ride, but yeah, my wife Amy had arranged something and I needed to do that because, you know, family, important stuff, right? You can't really get out of it. So I had to go and camp in the middle of nowhere. So I was camping in a place called Belden, which is an otherwise unknown little town in the Sierra Nevada mountains, and it's actually somewhat significant if you're the kind of person that is really into hiking in the wilderness, because it is on the Pacific Crest Trail. Now, for those of you that don't know, the Pacific Crest Trail is a wilderness trail that goes all the way between Canada and Mexico, and it follows more or less this line of mountains that runs down the Pacific coast. And the idea is that at many points on this trail, if you look in one direction, the water flows into the west, and if you look to the east, the water flows to the east. The idea is like this crest. It's not strictly true, but anyway, Belden is this little place that has people stop there. They sometimes stay in the hotel. It's a little bit hippy dippy now, but yeah. So anyway, I woke up on Sunday morning and I decided that I was going to hike a little bit of the trail, and I hiked 5 miles in and 5 miles out, and I met like 2 or 3 people that were clearly in for the full duration. This section of the trail is 50 miles before proper civilization. And that's not even one, I don't know how long that is, but it's definitely pretty amazing to think that you can get on this trail and hike 50 miles and not see civilization for quite some time. Okay, so this now goes on the end. Oh, look at that, it just locks in so beautifully. Beautiful! Look at this is so nice. What would be my dream plane to fly? I'm going to say the plane that I most want to fly, more than anything, is the Virgin Galactic's aircraft. Because I just love the idea that it is an aircraft that's designed like a GA aircraft, but it's rocket propelled and flies to space. Like, what is not to like about that basic concept? It has reversible controls, right? That means that you push one of its control surfaces, the stick moves. You can't do that in a 737, right? You can't do that in most large aircraft. This literally has a cable connecting the stick to the control surfaces. It's marvelous. Okay, you're about 100 in Northern California? Okay. I hope, apparently my stream died. Okay, let's start that up again. We're trying to do like a simulcast thing. That was because Twitch decided to pop up how did you like your stream message. I have no idea why it would do that when clearly that was still happening. As I said, I have been deciding that if I'm doing anything, I'm doing it live on both YouTube and Twitch these days. That's just how it goes. So now I don't know how long things are running. I don't know if that phone is going to keep working. Like, I can't see the screen on that one. So be fully aware if it dies, you're going to have to make a lot of noise. Anyway, what was I saying? You're about 100 miles north of San Francisco? Where? Like Ukiah, maybe? I actually booked a plane. I was thinking of flying up to Ukiah or maybe flying out to Columbia this weekend. I don't know. I just want to get out and do some flying. Because I need to fly lots. I need to get time cross country. Like at this point, I really want to get my instrument rating, and to do that, you need to have 50 hours of cross country time, or not like, cross country time as pilot in command, I guess. Tail wheel endorsement. So actually, the guy that flew me around in the pits, he sold that so he could get like a Cub, and so I'm gonna go up and get my tail wheel endorsement in that. And I am super excited for that prospect. So yeah, I want to get my tail wheel just because I think it's like another skill set, another set of skills to have. And frankly, my rudder skills in the Cirrus are not great. The thing about the Cirrus is it just, it works way too well. If you like, it's so resistant, or sorry, it flies so well even if you have bad rudder controls. It is so forgiving until it kills you. So I need to spend more time getting really good with my coordination and rudder skills. And I'm very conscious of it the whole time, but I'm bad at it. So I figure going for a tail wheel will actually force me to dance on those pedals like a pro. Might actually teach me something useful. It's not really late, it's like 10 p.m. and I don't know why I'm looking at my watch, because my watch has run out of battery power. Okay, so what have we got here? Oh, we put another one of these things on. Yeah, it's at 10 p.m. So I'm on the West Coast. So I'm not quite as late as those East Coast people. Hold on. That's what we do. Oh, wait a second, did I miss something? I should make sure I didn't miss something here. Because this has something subtly different that I want to make sure is correct. I just want to take a look back a page or two and make sure that this thing doesn't have an extra part that I'm missing. No, it doesn't have an extra part that I'm missing. That is entirely me being too worried about things that don't actually matter. On the moon because you're a moony alien. What? What are you talking about? Moony? What? Oh yeah, so there are actual variations between this and the other ones. So this needs to go like that. Right? I'm sorry that these things are kind of in the way. It's really not the best view from there. So what other Lego kits do I have? I mean, I have the Saturn V. You can see them in the backdrop of my videos. Saturn V, Lunar Module, Space Shuttle, International Space Station. I also have like the Lego the Blockade Runner from Star Wars, which I need to finish up. It's cool because it has a lot of minifigs that I kind of dig. You know, Lego means a lot to me as this sort of hardcore nerd. Is there a sticker that I'm supposed to put on here? Okay, that's good. So we need to have this. Oh yeah, we have the COVID thing, the Caduceus, which is out to remind the world that NASA, did something during that. Finally, this whole thing should lock onto the side here. And that, if you can hear in the background, is a kitty that is scratching and doing stuff, because kitties do that. Okay, come on. Come on, Scott. This is where I'm really worried that I might break something. Because, you know, you apply force to things. Oh, yes, syzygy is such a great word. If only I knew how to spell it. If only I knew how to spell that cool word for the alignment of planets or celestial bodies. Instead, I created a completely different word which nobody knows. But hey, at least nobody else ever uses it as a username, which is, of course, why I chose it in the first place. You can't break Lego, it breaks you. There is definitely some truth to that. Okay, I just want to make sure there's no sticker in that previous one that I should have had. Yeah, I don't see any sticker. No sticker, no sticker, no sticker. Great. Okay, so we've got that side on. And we're on to bag 2. And we only have a handful of pieces that we didn't use. And I hope that I don't need to use them, but I'm going to put them over here just in case. It does seem odd that there's 2 of these little things. Just checking that I've got the correct parts here. Yeah, this looks consistent on both sides. I'm going for it. Okay. So we have bag 2 and bag 2 and stickers going here. So yeah, let's move these spare parts over here. It's nice to have spare parts always. What happened to Voyager 2? Somebody sent a command to it and it's pointed about 2 degrees out of alignment. Therefore, they can't actually talk to stuff. You totally want Don Petit's email? I've got his cell number. Like, I text him every now and then. Don Pettit, I say. That's his name, sorry, not Petit. Don Pettit. Yeah, Paul Rubens, of course. What a... Yeah. I thought it was impressive that Alamo Drafthouse Theatre tweeted about him and somebody said, wow, Paul was so special that the Alamo remembered him. Yeah, it's going to recover. It'll be fine. They can detect the carrier signal. It's just they're not able to send it downlink anything right now, but it should come back. Okay. Nald! Yes, that's it. It's sorted. There's no basement in the Alamo. I just thought it was funny. Yeah, the Alamo remembered him. So what are we looking for here? What are these parts? That is a... Oh, these are like articulated things. Okay, so I gotta find that. That is a new piece, I guess. Technics Lego, huh? Let's try and, not so much null, but let's move some of these bigger pieces out of the way so that they're not distracting me. I'm going to move the sort of big structural pieces over here and leave the small fiddly pieces to be pulled apart and analysed and deconstructed and ultimately beaten into shape to be the greatest rover on Mars. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. But I'm sorry, Curiosity. You're not the greatest anymore. I mean, your power is waning after all that time. You had your time, but time waits for no rover. So here it is. These little things. I don't know what the heck that is, but it looks like it's a... I think this is supposed to be a joint of some sort. Here we go. We've got 2 of these, and they inject in to this. Oh, great. So these are like ways to connect universal joints. That's kind of cool. Okay. So now, black, grey. This is roughly the right length. Okay, this goes here. I guess this is where the robot arm gets mounted. Because you need like a good anchoring point for that. Do you think? What do I think of the new shower head? Well, I worry how much pressure is in it, because like if they start flowing gases back into that, it's not really going to help them. So no, I mean I think it's a good next try. I think that they should have perhaps built it, several months ago. I think that again they needed to apply for a permit to actually discharge that amount of water. They should have perhaps thought about that. Yeah, they got to do these things. There does seem to be some issues with not actually going and performing the necessary paperwork and getting permissions. Because if you're dumping clean water into saltwater marshes, that is potentially catastrophic to the ecosystem. So that's why you're supposed to make sure that you're okay before you do it. Even in Texas. Okay, so... Oh, okay, I see what goes on here. Okay, so... I know, still sniffling. That looks... I think that's what this piece is, right? Okay, so we gotta put red circles on here. Red circle on here. And then this whole thing slots onto this. Yeah, Veritas is currently not got any funding. Like, it basically has not been funded. While it on paper is the next NASA mission, nothing has actually happened in any meaningful way. And there are people, just wondering what the heck is going on with Veritas. And it doesn't help that, that NASA is having its budget, not getting the budget that it was expecting. So anyway, oh yeah, Paul Rubens in the Buffy the Vampire Slayer movie. Yeah, nobody remember. Was it Christy Swanson that was in that? Okay, so we need one of these. Okay, so actually, what we do now is we lock another one of these around here. You know what would be cool would be a Lego, like, not maybe Soyuz, but maybe like a, Soyuz capsule. That would be really cool. Audio sucks. It does happen, right? It sucks. That's just what you've got to live with. I'm sorry, right? Audio, what do you expect? I'm not DJing, right? Yeah, 3 Cygnuses are going to go on a Falcon 9. Okay, so is this a black wheel? Yeah, or is this a... I'm trying to figure out if this is the same thing. I think Ash is actually the same size of wheel. So we need a little grey one. That's good. And we put a black sleeve on it. The black sleeve. And this goes in here. It lines up, and we have spinny things. Spinny, 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 spinny stuff. Spinny, spinny. Audio fidelity is barely enough. Yeah, seriously, if you want audio fidelity, then do something else. Look, I'm not expecting you guys to, hang out and see miracles or whatever. I'm here just to like talk and have fun while I'm doing this thing, right? I totally understand that what I'm doing is me just having fun and chilling out, right? It's not me trying to teach you stuff, although I'm happy to answer questions which maybe I can help with, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe there's a moment of inspiration. Come on, there we go. So this is on here. So there we got rotating bit. You hear us 5 by 5. I think different people are hearing different things in different places. So now this hooks in to, oh wait, we need to put like a 7 length in. There we go, 7 length. So this goes in here, and this actually goes in to this little bit on the rover here. That's the theory. But what's odd is this is sort of hanging up here. So this, I guess, in theory, turns like that. I'm not sure how that's supposed to be interlinked, but it's there in cells interlinked. Wait, did I miss a piece? Did I miss a piece here? Oh, wait. Okay, there's that. Oh, okay. Oh, wait. I see. This goes in. I see. Okay. Hold on. Wait, have I got this backwards? Have I got this backwards? Wait a second. No, this is definitely the right way around. Or is it? How did I get this backwards? You know what it is? This bit is backwards. 1 second, I need to turn, hold on. Somewhere along the line, hold on. Let me turn the whole model to match the representation. No, this is correct. This is correct. What am I seeing here? This needs to go in. Oh, no, and it just fell into place. It just, as I sat it down, it just fell into place into the correct hole. Lego, so well designed sometimes. Look at this genius mechanism here. Completely driven by this. You can't see it, but it is really like a beautiful, elegant solution. Holy moly. Who designed this? Some sort of like Lego savant. I love that word, savant. Yes. So anyway, now we're going to continue. We've got 1 to 1, and we lock this in on top. Hole. There we go. Beautiful. Oh, man. I just love the fact that you have this drive shaft, right, which goes at an angle here, right? So it gets driven back and forth, and it's just carefully routed through the body with these universal joints. Best facility to visit in astronomy? I don't know. That's a very good question because, I also say that the best places to go in San Francisco, if you're just interested in education, are the Exploratorium and the Academy of Science, which has an amazing aquarium. But yeah, Exploratorium basically was the brainchild of a guy called Frank Oppenheimer, whose brother is a little more famous. And yeah, so Oppenheimer, Frank had to leave the Manhattan, the nuclear project, and ended up, going into science education. And frankly, he made some amazing sciencey education things. Okay, how does this work? I see this goes in here. Okay, that, and then this goes here. And I need to step away for a second to wipe my nose, blow my nose a little. Just give me a second. It's a Frank pun. 1 second. Oh dear. Of course, you guys can all hear me, right? In fact, you might be able to see me in the reflection of the window, but whatever. Oh! Yeah, definitely picked up a little bit of a sniffle from my time in the woods, and frankly, given the amount of energy I expended, I am not surprised. Okay, so this thing goes in here. What is this thing? This thing goes like that, and then we have a 4 length. I love how they've got smart enough to color code pieces so that you don't get confused. Like, Lego have become extraordinarily good at relating how to build these very complex things. I imagine that they have the design and then they go through and they come up with color coding rules to try to minimize the amount of confusion. I finally did the thing, yes, my cat stole a Lego piece, I shall have to punish that cat. Okay, does this just go all the way through? It does, it goes all the way through, beautiful. Okay, holding in position. So, like this is how this goes. I shall move this out of the way for now, or I shall put this up here for now, where it will surely get knocked onto the ground and destroyed. But I will risk that, because can you imagine how entertaining it would be if that cat knocked that stuff onto the floor and you guys would be like, quick, quick, grab that clip while he's swearing. Scott never swears, but boy, he could swear for his country the way he's going right now. Yes, it does happen. Okay. What the heck? Oh yeah, it's one of these pieces, like this, right? And I lock that in there like that. And then we'll put one of these in here. So we need two of these little studs. And so what does this work? This is a little section like this. So we start out, we have one piece that goes in. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. Goes in there like that. Oh, we actually have two pieces like that. Okay, so let's get the other one. A Lego set, a table, and a mobile phone. That's all we need. It's amazing the amount of technology that we are bringing to bear on this technical problem. That set is about $100 US, it's true. That is just what you have to pay for Lego these days, unfortunately. I pointed out that there are some, imposter sets on Amazon, and I strongly advise you do not buy them, because first of all, they're worse, and secondly, the quality of third-party Lego is dubious. I know because the launch tower I made has a lot of third-party Lego pieces, and it just does not hold together particularly well. I had to glue sections and so on and so forth. So, do what you will, but yeah. So we're going to rotate this like that, and now we are going to use these parts here. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. It goes no, like this. And again like this. And then we need one of these long pieces. This is the long piece. So this goes all the way down, adding rigidity and strength. Yeah, I had to glue third-party bricks. It was awful because there was like some of the large plates, there was clearly some expansion in those molds, and it was falling apart. It was not good. It was an absolute disaster, to be honest. But in the end, I had a Lego launch tower, and people keep on emailing me saying, "Where did you get that launch tower? I would really like to have that launch tower." And I keep telling people, no, you don't want to have the launch tower I have, because it was an absolute pain. Yeah. So anyway, we're going to do it like this. Here we go. Like this. Come on, get in here. Yeah, Australian dollars aren't worth. Wait a second. Did I do something wrong here? Hold on. Oh, it's. Oh no, that's fine. I got this wrong. Okay, it's like that. But then I need a little bit of a stud and a tiny little stud, a tiny little blue piece like this. Oh shoot! Let's not lose it. And it pops in there. And then we need one of these little flangey things. I'm sure there's a technical name for that, and it goes through like that. Scott basically wears awesome t-shirts every day. That's it. That's my entire uniform. It's like I get judged at my office. They come in and they're like, "Are you wearing a cool enough t-shirt for this office?" And they're like, "Oh no, that's not cool enough. You can't be here if you don't wear a t-shirt that is suitably good. We have the t-shirt police." It's not quite that, but you know, you gotta understand, t-shirts are important. Okay, I guess this is the bottom of the rover we're building because it just seems like maybe. You live in SF and want to get into amateur rocketry. Any recommendations? I mean, Friends of Amateur Rocketry is where big ones are done. I'm sure there's some other ones, but you want to get involved in a group that actually does it, right? So, yeah, amateur rocketry is all about getting involved with people that do amateur rocketry in a somewhat professional manner. Does that make sense? Amateur, professional. I'm not a professional, I'm an unprofessional. I do a lot of unprofessional things like, you know, shit talking on the internet. In fact, I've become something of an expert on shit talking on the internet. And yet somehow people turn to me as something of a knowledgeable person. Yeah, Hot Nozzle Society, they aren't unfortunately having an event this year because they tried to do one in New York and somehow it didn't pan out. And you know, they now had a change of leadership, which is, you know, I mean, leadership had done a great job. They ran 2 really good events, and I want to support them. Sort of. Like I do. They had me come out to an event, and I was really happy to see them do these cool things. I'm going to say Tim Dodd, he came out with a stomp rocket. And at least I came out with actual rocket motors, but I didn't come up with anything of the scale of these things that these so-called amateurs were doing. Like, I had cameras on my rocket. Now the nose is really starting to bother me again. Okay, so what have we got? This is the right length. Okay, so we need 2 more studs. 1, 2. Stud. Stud. Yeah, I'm a knowledgeable person, but I also shit talk a lot. As I said, I'm not a professional, right? That's the thing you gotta understand. I don't actually work in rocketry. I have a day job as a software developer, but when I was younger, I really wanted to be an astronomer. Neither of which is a rocket scientist, although I really wanted to be a rocket scientist now in retrospect. I just, you know, knew that astronomy was a thing I could study at a university in Scotland. And, you know, the world might have been different had I done something else. Okay, so, I want to make sure I'm doing the right thing here. Yes, someone knows what my day job is. Well, not really. They know where I work for. It's not exactly secret, right? I'll say that. And you know, this happened because my company was acquired, and so I ended up in a new position. And honestly, I was quite happy with where I ended up because it has worked very well for me. Except for the fact that I basically have 2 jobs because one thing happened at the same time as the other thing. So my YouTube took off at roughly the same time as the acquisition took off. Okay, so this now goes on the front. That looks pretty good. Just make sure that this is all the correct way around. This looks the correct way around. In there, boom, clip, clip, clip. Okay, start to look like a surface of something. I knew it, this is the bottom of the rover. Okay, so now, hold on, this, like this, that looks about right, okay. So now, there should be holes for this. That matches there, that matches there. Wait. I've got this backwards. Oh, what an amateur. Oh, what an amateur. There, that is pretty well lined up. So if I push this here, and I push this here, okay, look, we have a body. We have something that's really starting to look the part. I love this RTG design. It is so beautiful and perfect. There's the fins and everything. This is good. Oh, man, it's just this is feeling. Oh, I love a good Lego design. It really is. It brings me joy on a level that, you know, just okay. Where are we gonna do? So we are upside down. We're gonna be this way. And it tells me there is this part here which needs to have one of these. Okay, so it tells me to put that, like it has a diagram here. This is very special, very specific to the placement here. So it says I need to put this pointed this way. Okay, this is a hard one to do from this angle. I expect that's why they have some very specific guidance on how to do this. It would be 1 hour without alcohol, but where's the fun in that? Okay, so now it shows me this from above. Wait, is that it? Okay, so it's just supposed to sit like that. That kind of looks right. Okay. Okay, let's go. I think somebody mentioned the steering on this was exceptionally smart. Let's put this back up here for now. I think I'm going to move this out of the way because we're probably going to lose it at some point. Yeah, the Technic build, I mean, they use a lot of the Technic parts in other systems, but it was, as I said, I went into the store and I looked in the ideas section and I was like gutted. I was like, no, there's no Mars rover in the Lego ideas section. I've missed my chance. This is so sad. I won't be able to do a live stream with everyone tonight. And then I look around just to see what else is there. It's like maybe I could just like you know, drown my sorrows in some other piece of Lego stuff. And then I realized it was in the Technic section. So good for it. But yeah. Just be aware if you're looking for it, it's not in the Lego Ideas section where all the previous NASA bits and bobs have been. So, like this, there we go, that's good. This comes in here like that. What is that shirt? It is Yoda on a bike in front of the Death Star. It is a total pirate work of art. I imagine that, you know, I imagine that people would approve of this that were involved, but I don't know. I mean, it'd be very cool to run into George Lucas on the street and have him say, hey, nice t-shirt. I would be like, yes. And, you know, you might think, what are the odds of running into George Lucas on the street? Well, actually pretty high, given that he has a house here. So, you know, he kind of lives like about half a mile in that direction. Although I've never really seen him. I just know people that see him all the time. The t-shirt, I don't know because it was a gift. Okay, so this is part of the steering system, and it tells me I need to place this here on this side via the thingy. Wait a second. This has to point up. Wait. Hold on. This is the part that I designed. This is exactly the part that I designed. so how come, if I rotate it like that, okay, that matches. Okay, it says that matches. This part needs to go in here? Okay, I'm gonna trust it. This looks... I guess we'll see where that is. You know, it could be a problem. Okay, no, that looks right. It just seems weird. So happy. It's great. I love having the NASA sets. It's very cool. Okay, so we have one of these. So it circles these red ones here, presuming this is critical. I'm not sure why. So we have these two bits like this, which need to go part in here. And okay, that one goes like that. And this one, so yeah, these are opposite. So it does tell you that to make sure these parts are opposite each other. Well, I just went to the Lego store because, which is kind of near my office. I kind of love the thing. Although, you know, like, it is weird to see the amount of places that are, you know, not, that basically have guards at the door and things like that. It was weird to see marshals of all places making people check their bags for like stolen, shoplifted goods and things like that. There's definitely a weird vibe about that. Okay, so I need to somehow bond this without popping these parts out, which is non-trivial by the looks of things. I think this would be a lot easier if we'd started from the other way around, but okay. This is where I want to be careful I don't break something. Yeah, you know what? I don't like the way this is going. I'm going to attach these one at a time, and that way we're not forcing as much pressure onto this single part because we're attaching them one at a time, and then we can attach it like this. We will have to persevere through this stream indeed. Yes, you're going to have to hold on. Its time is going on. Yeah, well, there's just general a general problem with big cities, which appears to be particularly bad when with SF, given that a lot of people are now working remotely. Okay, so we've got to do this on both sides. That's what it's telling me. I've got to repeat this exact thing on both sides. So let's do that. Oh, and then there's another piece that doesn't work. Hold on. Okay, yeah, so yeah, actually there's one of these pieces that goes in here. That's good. You know, Lego sets are surprisingly large sometimes, yeah. So where are these other ones? This one. Once again, back with the incredible animal. Once again. Okay, so this goes in here. Anyway, yeah, it was just, you know, I don't get to go around SF shopping very often anymore, and I have made a subtle mistake with this one. Let's undo that. You've been enjoying using your car? You are some weird person if you think using your car is great to have to get around. Just think about it. Think all the money I've saved by not driving everywhere is money I now spend on flying planes instead. Think about that. Like, what's better? The only time I drive a car these days is when I'm going flying. I basically drive up to the airport and park, and drive home. That's it. Yeah, you can spend money on making Lego. Okay, so now it looks like we're getting ready to make. Oh, so we've got to put these stickers on, which is going to be interesting. So we've got this. So we've got to put JPL on. I guess this is the right way up. So, of course, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. You might think, wait, that means jet engines? It's like, no, back then, jet propulsion included rocket engines because they hadn't got the notion of the naturally aspirated jet system. There we go. JPL. And over here we get NASA. Nice and safe attitudes, or something like that. National Aeronautics and Space Administration. You know, it is funny how every now and then you'll hear pilots talking. I've heard this more than once from pilots saying, you know what we need is like NASA but for aircraft. And it's like, guys, do you know what the first A in NASA stands for? Like, what? Astronautics? No, it's aeronautics, you idiot. Okay, so I gotta find this. Oh, wow, this is an integrated piece. I've never seen this. This is a piece of Lego that comes pre-built in with like a spinny bit on it, right? That is not something I've seen before. Okay, so we gotta put a little little gear in here. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, these are different sized gears. I hope this one fits. Excellent. And so now we need this. Match the length. How does this work? We're going to put one of these in here. Doesn't matter which side. This goes in here. And then this goes through just far enough that it can mate. Then I need one of these. Oh, that's a little too far. I'm probably going to fix it. What about NACA? Right, National Advisory Council on Aviation, right? NACA. But yeah, it's true that NASA does a lot of aviation stuff, and I'd really like to do more coverage of NASA's aviation stuff, especially these days that now that I actually fly and I'm actually interested. You know, one of the things that I want to kind of go over, I was thinking I could do like a little spot on, is there's a thing where if you have a problem while flying or an incident, you can report it. What happened? You can basically say, I made this mistake, I screwed up, here's how I screwed up, you know, please don't, you know, prosecute me. And if you do this, honestly, they're not allowed to use any of the information you post there to, you know, prosecute you for, you know, making mistakes, breaking laws, or whatever, right? So, I thought it would be kind of cool to go in and read some of that stuff. And you know what? This is a bit of a mistake here. This goes like that. No, wait. Like that. Because there's a lot of stories of people like making all sorts of major mistakes in their planes. But since nobody got killed, there's generally no prosecution going on. The idea is just like these reports go in and they hopefully will help improve outcomes, fix problems, things like that. You know, I admire the idea of that, and I think there's probably a lot of cool stories there of people just making dumbass mistakes. And I make mistakes. I rolled onto final and I realized I had a 15 knot tailwind when I was landing. And not ideal. Okay, so now this needs to go here, and this needs to go through. Yeah, you should, even before, like, even if it's not an accident, they encourage you to report these things. So we have like two independent spinny things here. So this is going to be a whole interesting rotational thingy going on here. I'm sort of interested to see how this thing turns out. What do I think of UAP? I don't think there's anything in the UAP versus UFO at this point. And the congressional testimony made it even more clear that the source they talked about, the so-called like expert that has seen all this stuff, is clearly just making stuff up so that they can get book deals and attention and whatever, right? Like, hey, you work for the government, of course you get crap pay for a while. Now, here you can use that to work. So this is great. This is actually a robot arm. That's what this is, right? See that? It's so clever. A 15 knot tailwind. And the source will actually warn you. Okay, so now what happens? So this thing now has to go into my chassis, and it's quite complicated. So it looks like this goes in, the yellow part goes into this. Again, we have some actuation going on. Okay, oh crap, it's popped out again. This doesn't seem to have much clutch power if you ask me. Okay, so that goes in there. So now we have a robot arm which waves back and forth. Look at that, wave, wave. Hello, hello, hello. I am a Dalek, we will exterminate. Oh, no, that's the future version of Perseverance, right? Number one fact you would like to tell us about Perseverance. Well, as I've mentioned, that it's not really a science laboratory. It's doing a very limited amount of science because the ultimate plan is that it will be able to return samples to the Earth. What it's doing is it's caching samples across Mars. Also, its central computer, its main computer, is the same as was in the Curiosity, and the one that was in Curiosity several years ago was not exactly that fast to begin with. So the computer on Perseverance is roughly equivalent to the first generation of Power Mac. No, sorry, the iMac, right? It was equivalent to an iMac. Remember the iMac G3? Yeah, that is how fast the computer is that is on the central computer, that is on Perseverance. Now, to be fair, it has actually acquired a number of support systems to make to do things like image classification. It has an FPGA that they can reprogram. So it's not actually that slow, but the ultimate core authority that controls everything is this very ancient piece of hardware. Okay. Oh, we got to put another one of these things on. Sorry. That makes more sense. And now, this goes in here. Great. This is hard to follow sometimes. I think that we are seeing 2030s for sample return, and actually I think there's a legitimate chance that China could actually return samples from Mars to Earth before NASA. Yes, it does have a helicopter with, I would say counter-rotating blades, but it does have the basic design of the helicopter there. Very nice, even down to the gold little box on the bottom. Okay, so where's the next bit? Here we go. This. So we have one of these here. Okay, we got that. And we have one of these longer ones in the other direction. I want to make sure, yeah, that's that part. Okay, one of these. This goes through here. And then this goes on the end. The helicopter is the first thing you build in the set. So it has been floating around in ecstasy, so don't stop me. Oh wait, no, that's a different song. What was I saying? Your helicopter floating around in Mars's atmosphere, so don't stop me now. Don't stop me now. 'Cause I'm building some Lego, I got the parts spilled all over the table. I have no control. Where is all the stuff? I don't know. I wanna go, where stop me. I burn through the sky. Yeah, I loved that song before it was cool. Let's be clear. All my buddies at school, we all loved Queen. It was like, they're so cool. And people were like, man, this song is so damn cheesy. And I was like, no, it's fun. I like fun. But, you know, those were the days. And then, of course, Brian May becomes an astronomer. So that's how it goes. Okay, so we're going to do this. So we could do 2. The Lego, I'm wondering how much friction heating you would get if you turned that Lego helicopter at the same speed as the original. I suspect it would have similar heating problems. That's what I'm going to say. You have a love-hate relationship with Queen, okay? I love Queen. I unreservedly love almost everything Queen has done over the years. Okay, and then we put one of these things on. Like, there's so much the Queen did which was special on many levels. And people are like, oh my god, they went so disco. It's like, yeah, you know what? Disco actually requires really good musicians. You know, the people that were like, oh, disco sucks, they just didn't appreciate the fact that you had to actually be a good guitarist to play so tight and in time. All the people who are stars of disco, they started out as session musicians who could play tight beats. And frankly, a lot of the virtuoso performers that were pretty sloppy, right? You know, the so-called traditional musicians were kind of sloppy. But that's okay, you know, because I love that as well. Punk, I love punk because they are non-judgmental. You get to do whatever you like. If you suck, that doesn't matter. That's just part of being punk. The more you suck, the fact that you might have only your album was recorded in a garage and has no quality control whatsoever, used a single tape deck, and the person who played the drums just just learned them that afternoon. That's all great too. And then there's the virtuoso metal musicians. See, real talent there as well. You just got to learn to love music in all its forms and not judge, and learn to just love it all, right? So, you know, I'm an equal opportunities kind of person. So I guess I'm going to do exactly the same for the other one. So again, listen to Pit Blom. Okay, I might just do that. I mean, I've listened to a lot of crazy stuff over the years, you know, like Captain Beefheart, Aphex Twin, Autechre. Oh god, I love Autechre. And yeah, I mean, my favorite thing is hearing a song for the first time that I never hear again. Yeah, just love music. Don't be super judgmental. Frankly, yeah, you know, I can say things like I prefer older country music rather than over new country music. In fact, I really don't like modern country music, but I do like the old what stuff? The really old stuff when it was like, you know, there was a lot of cool shit going on there. A lot of angst, a lot of hate, a lot of, you know, real salt of the earth kind of storytelling, you know? Country was good when it had lyrics that really bit. New country is pop music without the redeeming features, but I'm sure there's some good stuff there as well. You know, so this Sunday, I've got tickets to see Buddy Guy. I don't know if you know Buddy Guy. He's a blues guitarist. You know, he toured with Clapton and stuff like that. So super looking forward to seeing that this Sunday. Because Stern Grove does free concerts, and you can get free tickets. And that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, Buddy Guy is still around. I think this might be his farewell tour. And so he's giving a free performance at Stern Grove. Again, I had to get tickets, so if you're in San Francisco, take a look and see if you can get tickets if you're into that sort of thing, because it was just pretty amazing. Like, I had to rush to get tickets for the final event of the Stern Grove season, because that was the Flaming Lips, and of course, that was going to be a hard one, a hard set, you know. Yeah, I had to rush in to get those tickets, and in fact, my tickets got cancelled, and then they realised that I was a donor, so they actually reissued my tickets after all. But oh boy, that was scary to see my tickets evaporate because they thought I was some scalper selling the tickets. Oh, you've been to Buddy Guy's Blues Club? It's like walking to... I've been to Muddy Waters Blues Club in San Francisco as well. That was a pretty cool thing. I just, you know, again, just love music. That's really what I'm all about. Okay, so... Okay, so one of these. Am I on Nebula as well? No, I'm not on Nebula. I don't know, I think they tried to ask if I would do a thing for them, but it's like, hi, do I have any more free time? A lot of the people doing, I need to find a team. And it needs to be a team that's actually, like, it can really execute at the speed that I throw videos together. This morning, I made the AJ10 video in 2 hours. Now, granted, I had done all the research, but from starting the shooting to finishing the edit and uploading it was 2 hours. And that included like a fair amount of footage that I had to find. No, wait, no, wrong way around. Buddy Guy, he is a legendary blues guitarist. I heard a story about how once he was on stage and he had to go to the bathroom and he just kept playing his guitar, like all the way through, because you know, wireless mics and all that. It didn't matter if he was on stage or not. He could just keep playing those riffs, keep playing those tunes while the rest of the band was doing their thing. That's a story I heard. I think that was in support of Eric Clapton. Like, that was, they were just basically explaining how dedicated this man was. Is. I mean, he's still around, obviously. Okay, so we're finally putting the top on the rover. So I like the way these are designed, right? Is you have all these bits that stick up and then you hammer them in. It's like hammering nails into a coffin. Except that, obviously, the Mars rover is still alive. So line this up here and here. Here. Okay, this is where, this is the most sensitive part of the front. Really don't want to push these. What am I looking for? Someone, a team member, someone that doesn't need to get briefed on every single shot, someone that isn't going to just go to stock footage is us and get generic rocket footage, that will actually understand when I say Atlas 5, then I'm looking for an Atlas 5 and not like an Atlas 1, right? That's the sort of thing that I'm looking for. Okay, have I got this right? that's kind of good. Just want to make sure. What is? Oh yeah, there's a hole. There's 2 pins that need to get lined up here. Wait. Oh, I'm missing a pin here. Missing a pin. I need to take this out because I can see this on this side. Hold on. So one here. So that's good. We'll line it up here. Just want to make sure that I'm not missing anything, you know. Would I be his ground control guy? As I said, I'm glad that I didn't get to go to the moon because on that flight, because I would have probably not been able to resist getting in a fight with Steve Aoki. You know, I mean, loving all music only goes so far. Okay, looking good. Yeah, I would offer him support, whatever support he needed, right? It's still working. Good stuff going on here. Like, Steve Aoki is not someone I consider to be a good DJ, I'll say that. I understand that he brings joy to many people, not me. And is it because I'm an elitist DJ? Probably. The beverage that is being drunk is Pliny the Elder, one of the greatest beers ever. Okay, so what's going on here? It shows me some new stuff going in. It shows me a new piece going in right here. Okay, so I guess you gotta take this and one of these. Oh, almost lost it. This has excellent vibes. You know, like, I just don't know how to get a team started. I had Concadroid work on videos, some of the news videos, and it was great, but frankly, it frequently took longer than it took me by quite a lot. And you know, I really appreciated the help, but I just can't seem to get that cycle going in a way that is reliable. And I'd be prepared to revisit it. I've had Orion work on some stuff, but I still inevitably find that I need to make changes. And I just don't know if I can let go enough. It is probably my failing that I can't let go sufficiently to have people work on it. Maybe I just need a manager who will be like, okay, I found another speaking gig for you. You need to go here, they'll pay for you. You'll fly out first class and they'll pay you money and I'll take 10%. It's like, great, that works. Okay, just tell me where to be. Okay, so this. Okay, you got something that goes here. This looks pretty good. I mean, this looks like it's in the right place. Or is it? Is it this that's supposed to be in? Wait a second. No, wait a second. Yeah, no, it is this. It is this. This is supposed to be in here. But that's not right. What am I looking at here? Oh no, okay, this is what it's supposed to go into. Okay, but it just sits in there? There's nothing holding it in? Please finish within the hour. I'm trying, but have I tried Pliny the Younger? No, I have not. Okay, it asks me to put a new sticker in here. Let's just check, that's in the correct place, okay. New sticker goes here. This is, again, instructions to how to drive the rover. I imagine the rover drivers have given a lot of advice to LEGO on how to actually drive the rover. I imagine that, what would be interesting is to actually hook this up to, control system, like Lego Mindstorms, but have it had a 20-minute delay. Wouldn't that be fun? I remember that was something in one of these like game jams. It was a very simple rover game, but the rover had initially it had a 1 second delay, and then the next level had a 5 second delay, and then it was like a 15 second delay. And you had to basically pick up a rock and stick it into the hopper in as quickly as possible. But of course, the thing with communication delay I've always wanted to do is something like Stellaris, where all your units have some sort of degree of autonomy, and they also have a finite amount of communication time. So, you're going to have things happening with which people will decide to make executive decisions for you. Hold on, I want to make sure this is the wrong one. This looks like the right one. Okay, that goes in there, and that goes in there. Can we beat? Sure. No. Lasers don't make communication to Mars any faster. They just increase the bandwidth. Sorry, laws of physics are kind of strict in that way. That you can't really get faster, but you can send more data. So that's interesting. This has to squeeze through here like that. Okay. Come on. There we go. Oh yeah, but I'll tell you what, astrophysics, a lot of astronomy, let me tell you something. You know how there's talk of big data and AI, machine learning, that's all statistics. Astronomy really invented a lot of that, because the thing about astronomy, as I've mentioned before, is that it is a science where you cannot do experiments. You can only take observations and then try to derive the rules of the universe from those observations. And that is almost exactly what you're dealing with in a lot of big data things like that. So it has been extraordinarily useful for understanding how machine learning algorithms work. So yes, my astronomy was very useful for that. I just happened to be, to have those skills at the right time. I'm not great at machine learning, but I haven't spent my entire, academic career understanding it. But when people show this stuff, it's like, oh yeah, that's just like a statistical technique I used to use to, try to figure out the missing quantities of asteroids. That was one thing I did early on, was try to figure out how many. Oh wait a second, that's not supposed to go on there. Missing asteroids. Totally simple, incompleteness theorem. Just wait until we invent subspace communication, isn't it? It is interesting, by the way, that a bunch of people have all tweeted the same or shared the same reference to, was it the path less taken or whatever? It's a short story by Harry Turtledove about an alien species that it finds Earth, and then they're like, oh, these people are primitives, they don't have hyperdrive technology. And so they come down to Earth and they get completely spanked by human ingenuity, and eventually it transpires that they invented hyperdrive. Like, the entire galaxy usually invents hyperdrives and gravitational devices, like, in medieval times, right? Around the same time as you invent, like, muskets and gunpowder weapons. And, of course, Earth somehow hasn't done that, and we've invented atomic weapons and computers and jet planes and all these things that they have no idea about. So they come to Earth and they're completely beaten by humanity for that very reason. So yeah, I just want to check everything is looking good here. Everything is looking good here. Okay, so we got this on the back here. Looking good. Look at this rover. Beautiful, beautiful.
it's a fun story and it's available online. Just look for it. As I said, I think it's funny that a bunch of people have been sharing it because they're looking at the recipe, the synthesis instructions for LK99, and they're saying, "Boy, this looks like something an alchemist come up with in the Middle Ages." Have we been missing out on something so obvious for so long? Of course, it's not quite that easy, but there's. Oh, I see what's going on here. Gotta put one of these here. Like that. Like that. The space is fake. Oh my god, there are people that think space is fake. These guys are idiots. Unless you're speaking ironically and trying to pretend like you actually believe space is fake when you don't believe space is fake. In which case, you can make those discussions and laugh because it's funny. My favorite one are the people that insist that astronauts are on wires, and then I show them the video from Skylab of the people doing pirouettes and somersaults, and oh wait, this fell out again. That's not right. Because, how do you explain that? This surely does something different. This is missing something here. This is what I'm worried about. Because this doesn't get driven by anything. The birds aren't real is a deliberate fake story. Oh, you know what? Wait a second. Wait. I see what happens here. I knew something wasn't quite. Now it's in there properly. Now it actually actuates and does stuff. I wonder if I turn this, whether anything will happen. Let's try it. Not quite. Oh, actually, wait. As I turn this, it actually rotates. So there's definitely a thing. Oh, Project Wingman. I should go and play that again. You know what I found myself playing the last couple of days, and it's the most bizarre thing. I went back and played Space Tyrant, which I don't think at any time was a good game, but I found it strangely compelling and enjoyable in a way that I wish I had the time to play Stellaris or something these days. Because I kind of still love playing Stellaris, but I really don't have time to devote to a campaign for that length of time. You can't stop looking at my phone. Yeah, we have a light right up there, and Sky specifically said, Scott, you can't do a live stream with a light right above your forehead. People will just be naturally attracted to it, and they will be like, oh, I can't do anything but look at how shiny your forehead is. And Sky was like, you need to protect people from this. It will blow their mind. They will be like transfixed by the shininess of that forehead. Maybe I could put some makeup on you to I don't know what, Sky, she has a lot of ideas. Very opinionated for an individual. Okay, so this goes on to here. It's really hard to see. And then this goes on here like this. Kind of surprised they don't put anything in here, but whatever. And we have a little tour, and it then pops in on here. Wait, no it doesn't. It pops in on here, like, wait, no? How does it pop in, Scott? Are you an idiot? Oh, it pops in like that. Yes, Scott, you are not the smartest person in this room right now. Well, the thing about DLC for Paradox games is Paradox, they sell a platform which then they basically charge you like a tax on every year. You're like, oh, gotta get the upgrades, and you don't need to get the upgrades. But I think it's a great business model, and frankly, I love that they keep games relevant and alive by continually tweaking and adding new features to them. But sometimes, you know, it can just be hard to keep up with everything. Yeah, Paradox DLC is mostly a la carte, but every now and then you're like, that one is really important. But then again, there's things like, you know, Mega Carp, which frankly most people consider optional at this point. There's a lot of great things in Stellaris. I do think it's funny that the developers are so eager to embrace people that want to play as the bad guy, right? So, like, how could... Oh, this is a great new feature. I would like the specific behavior so I can commit more war crimes. Really? Okay, well I guess Stellaris is now a war crime simulator, a galactic war crime simulator. And you know what? I'm here for that. I've destroyed the galaxy more than once. I've played as the good guys, but sure, I've played as the bad guys as well. Okay, this. You, come on, get in. Get in there. Get in there. It's nice playing as the good guys. It's nice playing as sort of grey, you know, not quite the good guy, not quite the bad guys. It's nice having occasional moments where you just do something really evil. I'm gonna say though, my favourite Paradox game is still Crusader Kings 2. And that is in full awareness of the fact that Crusader Kings 3 probably fixes a lot of the fundamental problems, but I've never had the spare time to really give Crusader Kings the amount of love that it deserves. Yeah, okay, so this goes in here. This goes in here. Like, as I've explained before, how I ended up literally using seduction to save an empire, to save a dynasty. Because my son had, I'd managed to, after killing off everybody, like, basically killing off a potential bride, all of their potential mates. After she got married, actually, I killed her husband, and then killed off all her children slowly, and ended up having her marry my son. And then my son was gay, and he wouldn't make any babies, and so the dynasty was going to revert to someone else. So I ended up seducing my daughter-in-law or something like that. So this is in Crusader Kings, so that I could actually have the dynasty continue. The family needed me to step up and do my duty as the patriarch of this dynasty. It was hilarious. We're just talking about, we're only one beer down, and like, it's kind of light, to be honest. I'm glad the sniffling is mostly stopping. Okay, so I'm just trying to make sure I get all my pieces in here. We're doing pretty well. Background gravitational waves, yeah, that's the result of pulsar timing. As soon as I heard that the pulsar timing array people were going to be publishing something, I kind of had a good idea about what it was going to be. Yeah, I think it's great because it means it gives us another tool to look at another part of the universe which had previously been invisible to us. And, you know, the thing about gravity waves, or gravitational waves, let's be clear, gravity waves are the kind of waves you see on the surface of liquids when gravity is pulling them down. Gravitational waves are waves that you see on the surface of space-time. And truth be told, anybody that is really hung up on that particular description is probably trying to hide the fact that they don't really understand either. But yeah, oh yeah, this goes in here. So I see what's going on. This goes in here, and this goes in here. Rate the beer. This is a 10 out of 10. And this is a bona fide absolute classic, and it's still only made in small batches. Like, they won't make much of it. It's so rare to find a place which will have it on tap. Okay. Wait, we don't put anything in here? That seems strange. Okay, well, we're going to stick this on the front then, I guess. Okay, this goes on the front of the rover now. Somehow, somewhere, we'll figure it out. Is this the right way? Yeah, this is the right way. Hold on. What does this thing do? This thing is sticking out here. Oh, it actually expects this thing to be... Oh, you know what? I'm missing some sort of linkage here. Hold on. I gotta take a look at what's going on here. There's a step that I have missed. I gotta go back and look at how this thing goes in. Because I think this can't go here. But maybe, just maybe, oh wait a second, this go, oh wait, I think I have an idea. No, that doesn't go. What am I missing here? There's some step. How come this is supposed to come out according to this? Oh yeah, it does actually show that that goes in there, but this part should come out, but it's not. Okay. Okay, that comes out. So I need to somehow get this over here and onto this peg, because I somehow missed this step earlier. There it is. Come on, pop that in there. A little bit of surgery here. We've done this before. At least I'm not having to take the whole thing apart, because that would be really inconvenient. There we go. Okay, so that's sort of good, I guess. So, oh wow. Oh, I see how this works. This actually must have a worm gear or something in it. And that's as far as it goes, and then I can bring it back in. I didn't realize it was a worm gear part of the in the Technics Lego. That's cool. So now I can actually put this on here now. So I'm guessing this just lines up. This looks like it lines up. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Now, are you sure there's nothing? Okay, I see what happens next. Look at this. Look at this. We have the front of the rover. It's all like looking good. Does it have a worm logo? And you know what? It doesn't have a worm logo on this. Although I would be surprised if there's a worm logo somewhere, because this was launched during the Bridenstine era and he was clearly very much still a fan of the worm logo. Okay, here we go. Start with this. Pop a notch through here. Oh, this has an American flag on it, stars and stripes. Good stuff. Fantastic. You can make, I mean, worm gears, the thing about worm gears is they only go in one direction, right? That sometimes is a good thing, sometimes not. Okay, so this goes through here. I see. And this has to slot in through here. Again, just like hammering the nails down on a coffin, right? I did not hear that Post Malone was a Magic the Gathering player. That is an interesting observation. Like, what? Doesn't really look to me to be your classic nerd. You never got into Magic the Gathering. Yeah, neither did I. I tried to get my kids into it because I somehow missed out on it. But you know, they had a group at school, and the kids were just so not into it. I got them like free sets, and they just weren't interested in playing it. They actually played Star Realms more than they played Magic the Gathering, which is interesting because, of course, that was made by a pair of people who were MTG champions. And, of course, the real, like, worldwide impact that Magic the Gathering made was early days of Bitcoin, Mt. Gox, right? Magic the Gathering online exchange. Yes, classy. Yeah, do you know the biggest Bitcoin trading site in the early days was a Magic the Gathering card sharing thing? Okay, so we have another little spinny bit. Spinny, spinny, spinny. This is an interesting bit of linkage going on here. Oh, there's two of these. We're almost done with this bag, and I think the other bags are probably going to be slightly easier. Please be slightly easier. I think they'll probably be slightly easier just based on, you know, blind assumption, optimism. I like to be optimistic. It'd be really nice to get through this before. So this is Twitch, obviously. This is YouTube. You could got it. Okay. See if is the sound back? Did the sound come back yet? Tell me. It's back. Okay. You know what? It popped up a dialogue saying you could now super chat. You could super chat apparently. Why did you need to turn off the sound for that? I don't know. It's bizarre. You know, it popped up a dialogue on the phone because one of the things running from my phone, one has been running on my iPad. That's why there's different camera angles, and you can go over to the other one and watch the other thing if you are so inclined, or you can just be a sane and normal person and say, I only need to see this from one angle, right? But it's up to you. I provide these options because honestly, I've been doing Tuesday night Twitch streams for a very long time, and frankly, I haven't had the same amount of audience that I've wanted, you know, that I used to get. So I was thinking I might start transitioning over to to YouTube for my live streams, and I am missing a part. I cannot see a blue thing, a blue pointy thing, which is a problem because I'm supposed to have two of them. Look at this. Let's build out the rest of this just to be sure. This. And this goes through here. This goes through here on the other side. Yeah, what I'm missing is a long blue one. I'm just going to make sure it doesn't end on the floor. Or, because this is what inevitably happens. You lose one piece and you're like, oh no, the whole thing grinds to a halt. Maybe we lost more than sound. Maybe I lost the piece while I was walking around. Or I could just steal one from this bag for now, because I can see there's tons of them in this bag. And then maybe we sort it out by the time we get to the end. Maybe I have an excess piece. I think that's probably a good plan for now, is to assume that the piece is here. So I'm going to work on the assumption that we're going to start on bag three. So room temperature superconductors, let's be clear, they don't necessarily make it easier to do computation or faster, because there's mathematical, or like quantum mechanics basically says there's a minimum amount of energy that can be, that is used for any computation. So, okay, this is how this works. So now I gotta do this here. Hello there. Yeah, could you imagine making a computer the size of a room? That would be crazy. Okay, so like this. I think this is backwards. Scott, you need to do this. That goes. Yeah, that's the way it goes. Okay, I had that the correct way. Why did that not want to go on? Well, it's the time light there. It is 11:30, but I'm feeling good. I'm feeling that I have the inertia that I need to bring this all the way through to a successful conclusion. So this comes around on here, it locks in on two spots, like this. So this is what's going to drive the steering, I imagine. Because the steering actually, if you look at the way the suspension works on the Mars rover, is it actually comes up on top, and that's what's driven. Okay, so this I presume is what's going to like actually steer the whole thing. Okay, and we have this and a pair of these little things. If I end up missing like an extra blue thing at the end, and I'm sure I can come up with a way to solve that problem. So this adds just a little bit of rigidity, I think. There we go. Beautiful, just beautiful. So now bag three. Yeah, there's a bunch of these things here that we somehow never used. Oh, I see where they're supposed to be. I guess I've missed something because I see where these are getting used. So let's do that. When you have a bunch of parts that you have like 8 off that something's not being used, that's a good sign that you've forgotten some important, critical part of the design. I think this will drive part of the suspension system. Lego has extras, Scott. Yeah, you got to follow the instructions. It's so true. At some point, I missed an instruction. I know what bag I missed it on. Okay, bag 3. I just want to take a quick look. Oh yeah, 8 of them. That's where that got added. I missed it. there was a part there that I missed. Somehow I skipped a page because this bit here, is supposed to have a part that goes in there. But there's another two pieces here that I'm kind of like worried that I might have missed. Other than that though, seems like we're mostly on course. We're doing this correctly. Again, the danger is that you assemble too much and then you have to take a huge amount apart because you missed something really obvious. There we go. Spinny part, rotatey part. Spinny, rotatey. Itsy witsy. Teeny weeny. You know what I mean. With my linguini. This is good. This is good. I think we're going to go on. We're going to break out the rest of number 3. So they're pairing these bags up. There's 2 bags for everything by the looks of things. Okay. Definitely no blue in there. How am I getting on flying safe? I mean, I'm flying regularly. That's what's going on. I mean, I don't know enough about rovers. Spinning the Winnie, thingy is what's going to happen here. Okay, and finally. I'm incapable. I fly safe. I've never flown anything but safe, except when I was flying in a plane that did lots of spins. In which case, it was still pretty safe, because I was flying with an expert who would stop me from doing anything really silly and dangerous. So it actually says that there's an extra bag, that this bag will be used in this one. My favourite aircraft, as I said, beyond the usual ones like the SR-71 and things like that, I like to point out that the one that I most want to fly is the Virgin Galactic's aircraft, the space plane, because it is unique as aircraft go. And obviously it is way beyond my skills, but it is something to aspire to at some point. It seems like an incredibly unique experience. One day, maybe I will be good enough. But then again, I may never be good enough. I'd really like to have a nice high fidelity simulation of it because, they would be fun to give it a go. So I'm not sure what we're building here. I'm guessing this might be a robot arm again. People still going on about ridiculous accusation of space being fake, despite the fact that you can see bits of space from here. Like I can look up and I can see space. You know how I know it's space? Because I can't see it, right? If you look up into the sky and you see something, that is stuff. And if space was full of stuff, we wouldn't call it space, we would call it stuff. Therefore, space is up there, there's nothing in it, space is real. Idiots. Come on. Right, if you can see space, it's not space. So the fact that you can't see it just shows how clueless you are. So we got this. You live in space. Exactly. You don't live inside stuff. That's what happens when you have a transporter accident in the USS Enterprise and you end up, halfway through the wall. That is not a pretty place to be. It's not certainly a place you want to end up. Boy, there's some nasty, horrible stories about that. Straight up Philadelphia experiment nonsense. Seriously, I can't believe people are like, space is fake. Tell you what, can you prove to me that you exist? Unless you can prove to me that you exist, why should I believe that you exist? You're like, oh, but I know I exist. Well, yeah, but you can't prove to me that you exist. You're probably fake. Okay, so now what we need is one of these, and we need another one of these universal joints, and we need a little 3-point connector at the end. Yeah, unless you people can prove to me you exist, I'm not going to take any of your arguments seriously. That's just the way it works. Oh, wait a second. No, we need to do this. You're tired. I totally understand. I'm just hanging out and building Lego sets, you know? You think, well, that's you proving who you are, but can you prove to me that you think, therefore you are? Or are you just like projecting your imaginary experiences onto the rest of the universe? Right? There are some deep philosophical questions that need to be answered, but not by me. No, that's not it. This. What's this, right? 3, 3, 3. Okay. So now what I need is 2 of these gizmos. Boy, you're right about the Technic stuff starting to really like hurting the fingers after a while. Poor Australians are all upside down, yeah. But maybe, just maybe, the laws of gravity work exactly as Newton figured them out in the 1600s. Right? Maybe Newton was right. If that was true, then you wouldn't need to worry about being upside down. So maybe, just maybe, Newton was actually right. Just saying, you know, crazy idea there that someone from, you know, centuries ago actually figured it out. Okay, so this is part of an arm, I think, because it has spinny bits that do things, but maybe it's not. Oh no, this is a suspension. This is actually the rover suspension, I bet you. This is quite clever. What was I doing here? Oh, I forgot, because I'm not clever. So this is the way that this was facing. Okay. Before I get distracted by how cool and well designed this thing was, so I've got that on there. Now I need to build an L-shaped section where we flip this around. This goes on here, and it needs a blue stud to go in there. Sticky boots, eh? Isn't that what you get if you just like crawl in the mud too long? No? There we go. Adding some rigidity here to this system. And now, oh boy. So you get one of these. No, that's not it. It's an L shape like this, which has a lot of weird directional holes through it. So we push these through. Come on. If I come out and I'm missing a piece after all these bags, then I know I'm going to have to go somewhere and solve that. Perhaps steal a piece from another set. I'm sure I can find one. Different perspectives for doing things, huh? Okay. Yeah, this is the suspension that we're working on here. So now I need a little white piece that goes through here. Okay. Now quite sure how far that goes, but I'm going to stop it halfway through and we'll go to the next step. Okay, so now it's giving me a completely different piece of hardware. So this one, again, holes are at 90 degrees to each other. So that is a piece that I never had as a child. So we put one through there, one through there, one through there, and then at the end, we need a little 3 length, and we put one like that. I need another gizmo like that. Beautiful. Yeah, those 90. God, you're a real Lego expert, huh? I just know what I didn't have as a child, and obviously seeing what I wish I had makes me feel that I was perhaps robbed of so many good designs that I could have built as a child. I usually just did like ridiculous gear ratios because, it was funny. I didn't quite get to the same level as the people doing, clocks that destroy themselves and things like that. There's a clock that will destroy itself in the Exploratorium. It's running a very slow, high-geared system. It will eventually crush its works over time, but not yet. Okay, so this is supposed to come in somewhere. This here? Wait. This goes here. This goes here? Okay, we'll do that. I'm convinced. Again, another bit of the suspension. The suspension looks pretty complicated. It's a physical device that as it counts time, it slowly clamps down on its own enclosure to the point that one day, maybe decades from now, it will crush itself and the mechanism will no longer work. But it is geared down so far that it will take a very long time to do so. Oh dear. Okay. Okay, now what? One of these. When you have it square at the end, you've got to use these blue ones, which have a whole business like that. And then on the other side, you have this. And one of these. A pair of these, actually. Someone get a priest to bless me? What are you on about? Oregon is a fine place. I've been there a couple of times. Went there to see the solar eclipse. Hung out with Danny Baranowski, who you may know as the person that did music for Super Meat Boy and other things. I didn't get up to Portland, but actually I do want to fly up to... Oh, bollocks. Where I'm hoping that I might see that piece that went missing. But no, it is not there to be found. Okay, here we go. Doesn't help that all these pieces are black. Okay, so gotta put another piece. Okay, so these pieces go in here. I know this is all like, you guys can't really see what's going on. But I assure you, things are happening in a most peculiar way. So now we need some more articulation. The design that has gone into this is quite complicated. So I need one of these 90-degree pieces, and we put a stopper on here. Then we attach this to a linear pass-through thingy. I can't talk about this without using the word thingy. I feel that I'm failing somehow, that I should be able to come up with terminology which fully matches and embraces the cornucopia, the extent, the materials for which that I have found, and I need to rotate this 90 degrees. Please sort pieces by color. No, it doesn't help. Come on, like, it doesn't help in this case. I have no problem working from a mess of pieces. In fact, I find it more relaxing to do it this way. I'm sorry. Like, if I had time, sure, I might actually, work on something that made things do things. But, okay, so now, this way. There we go. So this has to go through, these two pieces go here. Okay. We still have a bit of suspension here. So this is like becoming part of the suspension system, right? This is taking a really long time for the suspension. You can tell it was designed by somebody who is not an idiot. It's someone who actually might be quite clever. Someone who maybe knows more about Lego than a dullard such as myself. Box says it's for ages 10 plus. I know I am a little above age 10, but on the other hand, I don't have nearly as much time as a 10-year-old. But I think we're almost, oh god, it's almost midnight. This is going to be something that goes on until tomorrow morning, right? Okay, so what do we do here? We put in a piece like that, and we have a thing like that that goes through. So I need, yeah, I see what happens. Put on a black 3x3 on both sides. Oh wait, how does this work? Oh, this goes like this, and then this goes in here. I see what goes on. 12-inch, I had a 12-inch Dobsonian telescope for a long time. People thought it was a water heater. I remember it. And then I gave it away to Rocket Powered Keith, if you know him. I gave it to him because I didn't have the space to work with it, but I figured he might do something interesting with it. And I think he went and cleaned it up a bit. I should probably see what he's done with it. Okay, so, once again, like this. Okay, so this goes like this. Sort the Lego by their geometric mean mass. What? That would certainly be an interesting technique, I would say. I watched an entire movie in German today. It's on YouTube, but yeah, it was quite hard to follow, but I paid attention because I wanted to, I guess. Okay, so now we gotta start out making another universal joint and putting stuff into it. So we start with this, stick that in there, and a little black barrel piece. Here we go. And then the spherical wheel spinny thing. And then this facing forwards. Oh, okay, that goes separately. I think I'm getting sniffly again. This is really odd. The sort them by flammability. You know, I once suggested to the hydraulic press channel that since they were working with hybrid rockets, that they could actually see whether they could build a rocket engine out of pure Lego, since Lego is made of acrylic plastic, and you can in fact make a working hybrid rocket motor using acrylic, right? You know, you can do it if you've got a nice thick piece of acrylic tubing. You can make like a transparent rocket engine. Totally works. It might be hay fever, it might just be the fact that it's getting late and I'm all like scheduled out of time. Okay, so now this has to go in here. The whole thing is articulated in a marvelous fashion. Oh yeah, so this locks, I see how this goes. Damn, that's clever. Well, there's Lego, unfortunately, as being a polymer, tends to break down under ultraviolet light, so that doesn't tend to make the best spacecraft. They do have Lego minifigures on the Juno spacecraft, which is orbiting Jupiter right now. Okay. Okay, it's one of these things, huh? Okay, next. Beer cues hay fever, makes you not care. Yeah, that's right, yeah. God, I'm gonna say the suspension is taking so long. I was sure that once we got to something as easy as a suspension, we would be home and clear, but no, this is a Technics set. They have to make that whole suspension system work and make people excited about it, because Technics is all about getting excited about the nerdy stuff. Okay, sorry, I gotta. Okay, it's gonna do this. Oh yeah, there's two. How am I supposed to do this? So this goes in here, and then that. Okay, how that goes. So now I need one of these, and a section, and then a red one to cover it, and then another piece to extend that out. Aha, there we go. So now, look, this is pretty good. We actually have a whole like articulation system that rotates all the way down this suspension. That's how the engines are going to be driven, I imagine, right? Sort the pieces by a mechanism which would give Adam Savage a brain aneurysm. Yes, let's not do that, especially given what happened to Grant, right? Seriously, come on. Like, that's too soon. Too soon. It does actually have a calibration target. It's really hard to tell, but there's a piece which is very tiny calibration target. Okay, so... Okay, that's this here, goes in. Not sleeping yet? Not yet, no. That's great. I think that's amazing that they've decided to add power to the the suspension. How much dedication did this Lego creator have? Okay, so now, and I have to repeat this for the other side, just remember. What is sleep? Sleep is for the weak. Yeah, I don't know about that, but I definitely could use some sleep right about now. More than halfway done, and I just got to repeat this whole suspension build in a minute. So, finally, black spinny thing goes on here. Good. We have these two bits here, and now we need to add out the supports with these 90-degree parts. Here we go. So these will go that way. Again. Yeah, so it's there's a name for this kind of suspension, but I forget it because I am not an engineer with sufficient knowledge of such minutiae. Yes, sleep is for people that aren't watching Starbase Live 24/7. Do I have a ham radio license? No, but I keep on meaning to get it. And actually, there is a little local radio club that uses the old Marconi station in Point Reyes, and I'd really like to spend some time with those guys talking about radio stuff because, frankly, I think it's a really cool bit of local history. You know, that station kept going right into the 1990s. Wait a second. This goes in here, okay. And wait, where does this go? I've already got a piece on there. Oh wait, on this side. Here we go. Yes, yes, of course. This makes complete sense. Except I've put it on the wrong side. Well, this movie was made in German, so it's kind of, you know, hard to not view it in German. Plus all the characters were actually speaking German, so, you know, there's a bit of that. Thoughts on Starship's crew safety? Yeah, I think they need a lot of history before I would be happy with Starship's crew safety situation. Okay, so it says put a wheel in there. Okay, so I need one of these longer pieces like that. Great, and one of these pieces. And it sounds like what I do is I feed this through here from the other side. This is a careful piece of surgery. Hey, Gold Coast, Australia. Okay, hey, good to have you here. There we go. Okay, so now I have a working drive system that will presumably drive the three wheels. And I just now need to build the same thing on the other side. Break on through to the other side. Break on through to the other side. Where does this go? Wait, here? Hold on. This is how it is. Okay, I guess I'll add this here. It's sometimes really hard to figure out where they're putting this thing. Hey, from Vancouver. Okay. Hello. I'm hoping that some of this adds some rigidity. This is definitely a step above the complexity of some of the builds that I've done. You know, the Starship doesn't have a launch escape system. But then again, neither do most jet planes. Most jet planes don't have escape systems when something goes catastrophically wrong. They're just built with margins that mean that you generally don't come close to that unless somebody's been playing silly buggers with maintenance. Okay, this looks right, and this should go on. Where? Oh, I see. This is supposed to go on to this. Have I got this correct? No, that can't be right. Oh, wait, actually. That can't be right. Hold on. Oh, yeah, it is. It is. Wow. So this goes in here, and then these pins pop in on both sides and just lock it in place. Holy moly, this is so well designed. So now, I think, yeah, this actually adjusts the steering here. Okay, there's no drive from this direction, so that's not a good sign. But maybe we're not getting there yet. I'm kind of concerned by the fact that this doesn't seem to actually rotate very far. I'm worried that I've missed some important step in the setup here. There's not much I could do here at this point. I might have to come back and do some work to redesign this system. But for now, at least it looks like it has kind of cool stuff going on. Look, we have a suspension on here. That's kind of locked in place. And now we need to connect the bogie to the turning thing. So we do actually have that piece here. So this connects from the wheel to the steering bogie. Okay, so there we go. Excellent. Yeah, I'm worried that... Oh, this is the robot arm. Okay. This is turning. Maybe there's some other driving system that's there. Actually, it looks like it might have just enough turn capability. Maybe I'm just completely misunderstanding. Oh. Maybe that's all the motion that's needed, and I'm just not understanding. So, well, time to build the other side. Scott only has 300, not 300k. I don't think, yeah, I don't think I've got 300,000 people watching me. Still, it's nice. It's better than most people. You know, I can't promise you anything special here. I'm just promising you chat and maybe the occasional questions and answers and other information like that. I made a video earlier about the AJ10 engine. If you didn't watch it, I can tell you that the AJ10 has a long and illustrious history as a rocket engine dating back to actually the 1940s. It was basically a renamed version of the engine used on the Nike rocket, Nike Ajax second stage. It's burning aniline and I think white fuming nitric acid. And for Vanguard, that was when it actually got the AJ10 37 name. So originally Vanguard was being built by the Glenn L. Martin Company for the US Naval Laboratory, right? And the Glenn Martin, they were, they took submissions, they competed the contract, as they say, for the second stage engine, and it was like Bell Aerospace versus Aerojet, who at that point had a big career in sounding rockets and also in JATO systems. And it turns out that Bell originally won it. They had submitted a rocket that used a pressure-fed engine, which was considered superior, but whereas Aerojet were really big on having an engine that was super efficient, so they used a turbopump-based system that was much more ambitious, and they lost out initially on the contract, but they asked to resubmit, and they resubmitted a pressure-fed version, which everyone liked more than the Glen Nobel one. So yeah, next thing you know, Aerojet is building the rocket engine for the Vanguard, and they only failed like 3 of the times. I cannot find this piece in here that should be really easy. Easy. Yeah. I really can't find that part. Oh, that should be good. It's a small elbow piece. That's bag 4, so it shouldn't be in there. This is the second piece that I'm getting that I can't find. Let's go and make a cool video with nozzle materials. I can't say that I'd make a cool video about something so hot, but I might make a video about it. I mean, you've got aluminium, and titanium, and niobium, also known as columbium. Those are all different performance capabilities. Yeah, I cannot see this piece anywhere, which is a big problem since I need that piece to make the next step. Let's once again take the stand, take a look, just make sure it's not falling out here. Take a look on the floor. Oh man. Yeah, that's the second piece that I've got to that doesn't appear to be where it's supposed to be. And it's a less common part, so it's kind of important that I find it. What is it with Lego missing parts these days? Oh, wait, found it. Oh, gosh. See, here's me saying I couldn't find it. It's there. Okay, disaster averted for now. So again, we're going to build out this same really big and complicated part. So where was the part we started with? This. Okay, like that. These two things go in here. You're gonna go and have a break. I think I'm beginning to worry that I may not make it all the way through this tonight. But maybe who knows? And a little spacer in there. So this is another one of these universal joints. Oh, this one I forgot to include the spacer. Crap, and I put this whole thing together and there's supposed to be a spacer in there. Boy, that's going to be embarrassing. So this bit goes through here, but before it goes through here, you're supposed to put a spacer in here. And I don't have the spacer. So I wonder if I can fix this somehow. Oh boy, this whole thing is interconnected in a way which is really inconvenient. So the best I can do is maybe pop this off. Because otherwise I get a little bit of yellow that's like hanging out there and just it's going to be taunting me saying, look, you forgot that one piece. You kept forgetting that one piece, Scott. How embarrassing. So I gotta fix this. Okay, so Oh yeah, wait, that is cross-linked there to add rigidity, so I gotta pop that one out as well. And pull this out. And then pull this out. And now I can just about get in here. Okay, come on, Scott. Come on. Don't embarrass me. Ah, there we go. So now I can then put in this tiny piece that I forgot that was going to make my Mars rover look the wrong color in one little place, but I couldn't have that. I needed to strike while the iron is hot and the design was still fresh in my memory. And now I need to remember how to put all this stuff back together again, which is not trivial. Okay, so this goes like that. Oh, where did it go? Come on. There we go. And we put the spinny thing on there. Oh yeah, this goes in here. And this latches in to hold two bits on. I think I'm building this from memory pretty well. So there we have two of these rotational sections. And finally, this. I think I have mostly sorted that for now, but frankly, we won't know until later. Ingenuity. In the spirit of all space goods, thanks, I take the opportunity to demonstrate my perseverance. Yes, there we go. All because I forgot to replace this one little piece. But I paid attention. See, it's proof that I'm not getting more tired by the fact that I was able to notice that this time around and correct it before things got too out of hand. There we go. Okay, so we've got this. This is actually the end piece that I just worked on here. Oh, wait, no. What I need... Boy, you see, I'm really starting to lose out on the witty repartee and everything, right? That I'm having to think a whole lot more about where my pieces and parts are. There we go. So get this, and pop that on there. Beautiful, just beautiful. And then the spinny bit goes on. Fantastic. Okay, I mean, this is literally the section I was just working on, so I should be able to pretty easily throw this together. And then finally have one of these bits. I remember I used to be pretty good at the whole speed Legoing situation. So we have this section here now that's going to have well, so that's the right bit already. We're going to have this down here, and it is going to latch on to this section and this section and provide okay. Suspension is coming onwards very slowly. I haven't. Oh, so it's going to be fun having the wheels put on. Oh boy. Okay, because I've been having fun with the suspension. I just had to disassemble the suspension because of a mistake that I made fairly early on in the construction. But, okay, gotta find the right angle thingy. Here it is, here. Right angles. So, hole, 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 and then two of these things go on like that. Why does this not want to go there? Thank you very much. Okay, we got that. Great. Moving onwards. I don't know, why do these pins go through? I'm not quite sure what that's all about. Maybe that'll be where we drive some of the bits and pieces, or... Okay, next one. We need one of these 90-degree parts. We put pins through the start and the end. I should get Meccano. I had Meccano when I was like 5 years old. It's much harder to get in the USA, believe it or not. Meccano seems to be a uniquely European thing. But I remember when I was at university, people had some fairly large and complicated machines that they built in the physics department using Meccano, and they were doing like actual research and stuff with this. It's like, oh, I need to build something with a bunch of gears, get some Meccano. Now I think it's all 3D printing and Lego. And then if you need gears that are made of metal, then you get them custom made. Okay, so this one here. Yeah, I had a fairly long history with Meccano. I believe my mum bought it for me after they basically said, well, Scott's not such a troublemaker, he's not stupid, he's just bored at school, and you need to give him something to use his brain a little more than standard school. Which of course was the wrong thing to tell a 5-year-old, because I became even more insufferable and annoying and telling the teacher I was bored. So, you know, what you gonna do? This is the bit that's kind of hard to figure out what's going on. So, says that's what it says. Okay, so this pin goes through here. That's how they use this for load bearing across a very large section of span. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, great. And that pin is already pushed through there. Okay, great. So we've got this. Now we need to move on to the next section. So we have two of these 3x3s. Those pop on over the top again. I'm international celebrity. Let me tell you, I'm not a celebrity, because if I was a celebrity, I wouldn't have to say, "Don't you know who I am?" See, and I would just get free shit happening, right? But no, I'm not that well known. In certain circles, people know who I am, but even then, you know, they think that I'm just some person that tells stories. Does kit come with a sky crane? No, but I bet you there's some third-party MOC that has the sky crane if you want that kind of thing. I remember seeing the sky crane at JPL. It is kind of interesting because it's sort of it's not like rotationally symmetric. There's a definite front and back to the design. Sky crane is, of course, one of the coolest, most amazing things ever. Does it have the helicopter? Yes, it does. Here's the helicopter. Beautiful, huh? Very nice. It's not quite to scale, but it's pretty good. Okay, so where was I? I got this far. This now has to hook up to this. No, not this part. And then in here, pop in one of these. And second to last here. Now we need the one of these that goes in here. And a pin which runs through, and that will act to transfer the loads across a wider range. Have you tried making a rover and dropship combo in KSP? I did stuff like that. I tried to do a proper sky crane with like the winch system in KSP sometime back, but you know, the problem is that winches are hard to control because of the you get too much swinging going on, right? It's a swinging situation. A little bit of shake, rattle, and roll, and swinging and swaying. There we go here. So this pops on like that. Beautiful. Then this goes on here. That is correct. And that pops. No. There, that pops in here. Good. Okay. Finally, what does it say here? It's. Oh yeah. So there's a pin that comes across like this. So this is like a cross bracing situation. With a real dragonfly is going to be a long time before it actually ends up landing. And in fact, it's not getting, again, it's also not getting the amount of funding that it was promised due to cuts in US budget, due to a drop in revenue, due to cuts in collection of said revenue. Which, need I say, did not in fact pay for themselves. I'm sorry, Arthur Laffer, we really would like it if your whole theory was true, but it turns out that frequently it isn't. Though, to be fair, that isn't necessarily your fault. That's quite possibly because of the way said things are performed by a bunch of lobbyists, rather than, say, actual economists and people that maybe have an idea about what might be best for the economy rather than best for the lobbyists. Sorry, a bit of politics there, but it is kind of the nature of these things. Okay, get a little further along here. Okay. Here we go. Goes in like this. Definitely getting to a lower energy situation right now, but also getting places. You know what, I should not have pushed this piece all the way through. Minus 1 hour to the wheels, is that what you're saying? Oh boy, aren't we excited? I think there's less than that to the wheels. There's always one piece left over. You know, at this point, I have one piece that's missing. I had a bunch of pieces left over, and frankly, I was definitely missing a piece, but it was a very common piece in this set, so not such a big deal. Oh, I hear Doggy rolling around. I think Doggy probably wants to get some snacks. Okay, so now we've got this really complicated thing. We'll put it into this orientation. And what goes? It goes into this. And then pops in over here. Beautiful. And slides in, and the pin holds it in place. Brilliant. Okay, we've got these two parts in place. So now we put an extra pin, a little guide hole thing in here. Okay, this and another universal joint here, another universal joint. That goes through. So this is now just basically hooking up the steering system from front to back. Excellent. So now we have the same thing that goes on. So we need a 3, we need a black cylinder, we need a red connector, and we need another cylinder. And then this slides through this little hole here, transferring the load forwards. And we need another load-bearing spinny thing holder. We have a crayon eater. There isn't any room temperature in space yet. Well, you know, we would have room temperature superconductors if you guys would all like wear jackets a little more often, right? I mean, it's really down to the temperature of the room. Like, why can't you all like just learn to handle the cold a little better? Then the world would be a better place. I mean, honestly, like, just think about it. If you could handle heat and cold a little better, we wouldn't need air conditioning, we wouldn't need heating. We would have so many things that would save so much time, energy. Okay, this and spinny thing. This is looking so much better now. Okay, pair of these. Finally. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. I think we're close to actually fitting this. Yes, we have one more like load-bearing part that goes on here. So we need a little blue pointy bit there like this. Here and here. Carrying that load. Oh yes, and then we have this big thing here which starts with one of these, goes through somewhere. Wait a second, where does this go through? I think it goes through here, yes. So this needs to be here. It needs to catch this. transfer the rotation load. Good. And once that's transferred, it needs to get locked out in the other direction, if I remember correctly. What the heck is that? Okay, I'll put one of these in here. Oh yeah, this goes here because we need to actually handle load. So it's here. Come on, we're almost here. Like, we're just going to be starting to fill out the really easy stuff soon after this. Yeah, once you build the Enterprise, you can travel anywhere, right? That's right, of course. Yeah, it's all about where the Enterprise needs to be, correct? Okay, so putting on the other side of the suspension. This is where it gets really fun. There, suspension goes in, and then pins, locking pins from both sides, locking pins from the other side, so we have suspension in both directions. And then we need one of these little double I systems, which transfers the steering load from one side to the other. Oh, there we go. Look at that, it's now sitting on its suspension. Oh, victory! We're almost to wheel bad. Are you wanting me, are you saying it's wheelie bad? Okay. Is it going to be like pain? Is that just what you're trying to tell me? Okay, so I need this. Okay, get this. Hello from Poland. Oh crap. Well, hello, Poland, huh? Not sure what to say. My dad actually went to Poland for a while. I remember him bringing home a chess set that he bought there that he thought was an amazingly low price. And I played a lot of chess on that Polish chess set. Beautiful carved wood. Okay, so this goes in here. Lock this through, and lock this through. Now, I need 5 of these. Good, okay, and I need lots of these stuck in here so I can join them all together. There's just so many like lateral cross joints reinforcing everything to make it strong enough. And so there we've got this, and now pop this through one of these. Okay, here we go. Really bad. Could Lego survive on Mars? Yeah, it would survive just fine. It would just, I mean, the problem is the polymers tend to slowly break down given the extra ultraviolet light. That's just kind of the nature of things surviving in space, tend to not survive in space particularly well. This is quite a strong junction that's being built here. A lot of, like, it's all, you know, seems way, whoa, big complicated picture here. So, oh, this is like one of the this is one of the wheel sections. I can tell. Uh-oh, this is telling me that I need to have things aligned in a specific way. I should have this pushed all the way back, and I need to do 4 of these. Okay, so I need to build 4 of these things. Oh boy. Well, let's get started. These are basically the chassis things that handle the loads on the wheels. guess I should probably switch back to the page that actually had the instructions. I know it is getting late. It is getting very late, but you know what? My wife is still just downstairs watching TV and stuff, so I guess she's fine. And again, I think this is where we're going to run out of a blue one again. That's just because we were missing one in the previous thing and we're about to use a ton of them. So it could be that we get this far and suddenly we cannot complete our build. But for now, I'm going to assume that we have all the bits that we need. Let's lock it in there. And for these to hold in place. And a right angle that goes in here. Morning from the UK. Do flying pigs qualify as UFO? That's a very good question. Getting closer. Power of repetition. There is a lot of pieces in this set, a lot more than I thought. Like, honestly, I thought that I would have this thing done by now. Because it doesn't look like that big a set. It's a $100 set rather than like the $200 Saturn V that I spent all night building. But I started the Saturn V earlier. You know, Saturn V had the benefit of me getting going early on. Also, it had the benefit of kids who were eager to help me rather than ashamed at what I do on the internet as a grown man. You know, there is that whole thing. Okay. Okay, so we have a problem. We are definitely one of these blue pins short. I might wonder what that part is. I might have to go back and look at the instructions. I may have to call it a night. That's what I'm going to say. There might be something that's going on here that I missed out on or misunderstood. Okay. So there's that. I mean, of course I could just like ignore it and build a slightly broken model because, you know, I've done that before, haven't I? That's wheel number 3. Yeah. So yeah, I need 5 of these blue pieces to make the wheel. So I need to figure out if this is a mistake. And unfortunately, I don't have any images from that angle. No, it's definitely there, so it's not a mistake. So somewhere along the lines, I have either used an extra piece that I shouldn't have, wait, where the fuck did this come from? Oh, that's fine actually, this comes out. That's not such a big deal. Yeah, I may have to call. Is it hiding in one of the bags? Well, you know, look. I can see there's another one in here. So I can break into that bag and hopefully it gets fixed. But you know what I need to do? I need to let my doggy out. I need to step away. I'll got it. I'm going to let him out. But I'm running late. Come on, Lucky. You need to go out. done. We're done. Okay, but I'm missing one little piece. I just have to work around it. See, I can open this one bag and get the next one, right? We're just, again, pushing out the disaster by stealing from the future, right? Is that some kind of metaphor? Here we go. So, with this, I can build the final the wheel spoke things. And that'll be good because gets us part of the way done. So, this. Whew. And then maybe we can get to the, oh my god, wheels are bad, awfulness. I'm sure that's what I've heard. That's what somebody's saying, you know. I am a little more optimistic than that. But then again, I've been known to be wrong. So, do this to these pins. Here we go. It's an unidentified Lego object. Yeah, that's right. And Lego actually doesn't have much in the way of radar returns, so you know, there is that. Okay, here we go. These go here. See, at least I've done this like 3 or 4 times now. At least I can move it through it faster, more reliably. Get this done. And maybe officially start bag 4. Okay, so what it's telling me is it seems to be pointing about some kind of alignment thing. So this goes like this. Okay, so they go like that. Oh, and you know what? While I do this, you're supposed to put in the cogs, right? So this is going to be fun. We put this in here. I can see why the wheels bad thing is going to be a thing, because if you don't have this lined up correctly, okay, how does this get secured in place though? I see that going through, but I don't see it locking. Well, let's just keep working on that principle. Oh, shit, keeps popping off the top here. See that? Okay, that's that. And that's straight. Okay, that's fine. Rotate left, rotate right. Okay, this seems like in mostly the okay situation. Good, okay, so let's do the next one. So again, we need this locked in. And I was going to put that on backwards, but no. There we go. Locked it in. Locked in. Do these wheels need support? Oh, wait a second. There it goes. I mean, there's only like a limited range of motion this thing can support, so I can see why you got to get it right. Okay, so next one. to make sure it's correct. Finally, before I do this, I have to point the wheel in. So when is it supposed to get difficult for putting the wheels on? There it is. Okay, so oh, this thing keeps popping off, but at least it straightens out. At least, oh, what fell out there? So wait, where did that fall from? Where did that come from? Is that the piece that I'm missing? Was that piece literally in the model the whole time? The fact that that fell off, I'm very suspicious of. But you know, maybe we'll get it. So look, yeah, this adjusts the rotation, and then there's left and right turning, so that we actually have working suspension. It was in the cargo bay all along. Like, there it is. It just fell out. Brainstorm. Okay, and so now we just put on the wheels. So when was the wheels supposed to be hard? I thought somebody said the wheels were hard. I'm confused. Are you guys lying to me? Okay, so now, yeah, these wheels don't look like they're particularly strong. That's the only thing. When you pick it up, I worry that they may not want to, you know, hang around for a long time. So I'm going to do the wheels on this side. It's nice that it models the suspension, the 6 rocker bogie suspension thing that the rover actually has. I think people probably missed the part about having them aligned before the... If you don't align them, I imagine, then they might all end up pointing the wrong way. That's what I'm going to say. There's a pebble in... Yeah, that's right. Do we have the pebble? We need to put that in there to make it realistic. I don't know where Hereford in Germany is. Okay. There we going. There, we got it. And you know what? Actually, I'm going to have to finish this, not because I'm running out of time, but because my iPad is getting tired. The arm has yet to get done, but look, we've got this. We can rotate it on the spot, right? This actually works. You can move it for straight travel, and there's a left and a right. So there's left, and there's right. This is so amazing. This is really good. This is so slick. So I think I got the wheels first time. So now let's we've got a few things that we can probably add before this thing dies. So I'm gonna add a little weather sensor, I believe. You're thinking about the Mars sample return mission. With Mars gravity being lower, could the use of strong springs to catapult? They're actually going to use that to catapult the thing, not necessarily... Oh, wait a second, where is this going to go? They're actually using strong springs to catapult the thingy. Oh, that's where these go, over here, I see. There we go. They're using springs or a hydraulic launch system to throw the rocket up in the air so that they don't need a launch platform, right? That's one of the cool things. You think stage 0 on Earth for Starship is cool, but Mars sample return That's got a pretty cool stage 0. So yeah, these are little things. Why does the rover stick up in the rear? Because that is where the radioisotope thermoelectric generator is. That's where it gets its power, right? Next Vandenberg launch, August 30th. Man, that sucks. No, they don't use battery power. No, the Mars. No. The Mars rovers use radioisotope thermoelectric generators. They use nuclear power, but most of the nuclear reactions have all been performed on Earth before sending them to Mars. And then it tells me to open bag 4. And given that I am running out of power here, I need to actually shut this thing down. Yeah, so I'm sorry, on Mars they use nuclear power. It's powered by plutonium-237. Yeah, living in Germany, you're not going to get much chance of rocket launches, unfortunately. So anyway, I'm going to throw this stuff into this bag, and I guess I have to finish it tomorrow night, because we got a long way through this. We're down to the final bag, but we are running out of power on our broadcast devices, and I have no way of recharging these things in real time. But also, I'm just really tired. Like, seriously, thanks for hanging out, thanks for tuning in, thanks for all this stuff, but I'm going to have to say, fly safe for tonight. See you around probably tomorrow, and maybe we can come up with some ideas of videos and things that we can make, and maybe we can have some good questions about the rover, because we're going to be putting all the instrumentation on it. And yes, as people keep on asking, it does come with the little helicopter, which right now we can land right on top of it. It is a beautiful little addition to the world. I'm Scott Manley. Fly safe.